and Doors, Department of Youth Resources and Sports, Nagaland, and Imprint, the Creative Workshop. My name is Oro. With me on desk is Raider Slays. Raider, first of all, welcome to Hornbill Esports Championship. It's the day number 2. It's the grand finals going on. It's BGMI. We are just excited for the day, for kickstarting day 2. First of all, welcome, and how are you excited for day number 2?
I'm pretty excited because again, Bgmi is one of those games where you get to see that team effort coming through, and I'm pretty excited to see how that entire picture is going to be painted, how the teams are going to take up a fight, and who's going to be the champion at the end of the day. But if I'm not wrong, talking about the schedule, we have 4 interesting matches of Bgmi, and at the end, one of the particular teams is going to, of course, become the champion. That's what we have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be amazing, right, Raiders? Since we already witnessed 5 games yesterday, we did also, experience some great matches where we saw Autobots being one of the experienced teams, and they played like that. And also BANZAI Esports, right behind them. So these two are the teams who's going to be a team to watch out for list. And also, with that being said, we only have 4 matches, right? So the time to make a comeback is going to be less. So let's see how these teams are going to react today.
I completely agree with you. Like having just 4 matches to play with and eventually perform at the peak of your performance, I believe it's going to be very important to see how that entire performance goes on because synergy part is going to matter. How the other teams are going to play, that is going to matter a lot. Of course,
Yeah,
the types of maps that we are going to see, that is again going to be a very important topic to talk about. And then again,
correct.
where the drops are going to be, are there any drop clashes? Are there any contentions available? All of those things are going to obviously put a lot of pressure on these individuals. But at the end, they have to perform because they're here to fulfill their spot and eventually kind of get the glory and
Mhm.
eventually the prize pool as well. So let's wait and watch. Let's see how this entire performance goes on.
No, absolutely. I mean, since we have already started talking about the teams, since we have time, the overall standing says that Autobots is currently sitting at the top of the table, and below there is Banzai Esports and SEG. Okay, we have the overall standings in front of our screens, and I think the audience were watching live right now from Kohima and Indira Gandhi International Stadium. They will love to see their favorite team win. Specifically talking about Autobots and Banzai Esports, right? Raider, they have the best chances of making it possible alongside SEG, but they have been inconsistent with their performance. I'll tell you, Raider, they made sure that they got the chicken dinner in the first game, but after that, they have been tipsy tidy. So let's see how they manage today's 4 matches, right, Raider?
Of course, I mean, at the end, if you are struggling in terms of the leaderboard, that definitely in itself is going to put up a lot of pressure. And eventually, the teams who are trying to like come back out of the picture is going to be pretty interesting. Like you talked about Osmosis Esports, we have Team Zero Fear Esports, Team ZG, who are currently lying on the leaderboard at a spot which is not that great. But then again, if you want to be the champions, you have to take up a toll up against teams like AUTOBOTZ, BANZAI Esports, SUG Esports, who have actually performed quite well. They've secured some good, decent winner-winner chickeners as well. And that consistency of BANZAI Esports in between their winner-winner chickeners and the finish points is pretty intriguing, as we can see 26 points for the placement points and eventually 23 points for their finishers. So that in itself justifies how good of a team they are. Like they know when to take up the fight. The choice between good and bad fight is something that I'm pretty impressed about. So that's again going to be very interesting at the end of the day. But apart from all the other things, I really want to know how Team Four Knights is going to perform, what they are going to do. Because so far they have taken some good fights, they have actually secured some good placement points. That consistency that you get to see in Banzai Esports gameplay, that is there with the Four Knights, but they have to again uh, get more than average points in order to like take up the top spot.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And alongside, these teams, there are a few star players as well. Would definitely want to throw some light on them. Autobots have Lobster. He was amazing yesterday, Raider. In individual games, he survived. He made sure that his team, gained some elimination points at the end, where he individually got 6 eliminations, if I'm not wrong. And alongside there was a moment he pulled out a clutch where it was a 1v3 situation that was also made possible by him. So Lobster is going to be needed again today. Banzai Esports, I think Rika is an amazing player. Lems was a little bit, not in the groove yesterday. I would definitely want to see him perform today. Ruga the IGL for Rising Undergods, the team was doing really, really well, but they couldn't cross the finishing line, and also in some situations they were put to test. But I just hope they're learning, and going to be a better day for them. Hopefully, for ATDC rising underdogs, metal wings, because they showed potential yesterday, Raider.
You talked about Lobster. I believe he's such an individual who has obviously got a lot of skill set. And eventually, whenever we talk about Autobots esports, there are two names that I always talk about, Lobster and Ralphie as well at the same point, because the firepower that they carry is pretty amazing. Lately, of course, with the player transfer window being closed off, such transfers, such changes in the rosters are already there. But
Yeah.
still, these players are performing. Lobster as an individual is amazing. And that is kind of getting reflected in the overall standing as well, as we get to see 46 finishes. That in itself justifies how brutal of a competition these guys will bring onto the table. And of course, they have got their own past experience. So I believe teams like BANZAI and all the other teams who are trying to take the top spot, all the other 15 teams that are there in the lobby, they'll have a tough time achieving what Autobots is going to do. But again, Autobots, it's part and parcel of the competition. So far, they have achieved quite a bit. You never know. Maybe in the near future, tables are going to turn.
Yep, I just hope, Raider, it turns, because in 4 games it's day number 2. I know it's hard. It's sometimes not easy for these teams to just wake up and you visit a land, and of course you can come and get those chicken dinners going on. So things are not going to be easy, of course, but you have to be at your best from the word go. You cannot be complacent, because you have only 4 matches, and in these 4 games you have to get the best out of it, because already you can see a team like Autobot is sitting on 66 points, as you mentioned also, that the finished points is already standing to 46. So they've already made sure that teams are not getting it easy on the fight part. So let's see how other teams are going to react to this. For example, a team like TBW Esports or a TSN Esports are sitting at 40 points. There's still a possibility for them to climb up the ladder.
Yeah, I do believe there's a good chance, but then again, they have to be consistent. Like one's good match, that is not going to cut the deal. You have to perform in every single one that you're going to play, and eventually make sure that that synergy part, that prediction part for the play zone, and eventually that adaptability whenever the play zone goes out of your hand has to come in for clutch, and eventually you have to like kind of build your game along the way. You have to adapt, you have to perform in a better way so that you can at the end secure some top spot performances, be in the top three, and then get some good finishes as well. That should be the motto for a lot of teams who are trying to claim the top spot. But those teams who are at the bottom of the food chain, for example, Salai Esports, Team ZZ, Zero Fear Esports, and Osmosis. Now, these 3, 4 teams who are there at the bottom, they definitely have to
Hmm.
perform for getting a winner chicken in every single match. But I still believe it's gonna be near impossible because at the end, Autobots is already there
Yeah.
up on the table with 66 points, one good winner chicken, and 4 more matches to play with. And I believe in these 4 games, if you are trying to like eventually claim the top spot for teams like 4AE or teams like Osmosis Esports, is pretty impossible. Even if they get 4 back-to-back with good winner chickens, the thing that Autobots is there in the lobby, you cannot neglect that fact that they have already secured 66 points. They have already got a massive lead up against them, around I believe 58 points of a lead. That's not easy to deal with.
Mm, yeah, I mean, it's not impossible, but hey, you have to be practical, right, Raider? And that's not going to be easy for a team to, get 4 chicken dinners out of the 4 games you are left with. So for a team like 4 Exalots or Osmosis, Zero Fear, they can be a problem for other teams, right? Uh, so the flow of the game can change, which I feel is going to happen today. And we only have Erangel and Miramar, so there's no Rondo or Sandhawk happening. So this is going to be interesting on Erangel and Miramar both, Raider, I feel, because these teams are not going to play like yesterday, where teams are taking it slow. There was no fight since what's happening on the older zone meta. So the initial first 4 stages were pretty silent, and teams are just holding up. So okay, we have made our points clear. Let's run up with the match. It's Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2, the grand finals, day number 2, match number 1 is live, Raider.
With this match, we'll get to see who is going to make up a comeback and who is going to fight back in a better way. Let's wait and watch. And talking about the flight path, starting from the Georgia Pool Northwest compounds, going all the way towards the southern eastern banks of Milta Power. You have nowhere pretty close by. Going down to the military base region is going to demand some vehicle rotation, some good gliding, and eventually some rotation if you want to go that way. But where this circle is going to go, that in itself is a big question. And eventually, I'm being very, very happy to see that at this point there are some draw clashes that are also being formulated. I think probably hospital region is where we'll get to see some good fights happening. Even school, Pochinki, Rozok, these are some probable locations where we're going to see some decent fights happening. But at the end, for Team Autobots, again, a very good passive start is going to be there because they're up in the northern western compounds of Georgiapol City. They'll have an easy loot and then they can rotate. But the circle is a centric one. That means the rotation part is not going to be a very big challenge as you're pretty close by to the circle.
Exactly. Hoping, as you said, there might be some drop clashes. Let's see if we see some. There are players, revolving and hovering around the Gatka region. It's pretty outskirtish portion. There's a possibility of a fight there. Also towards Milta, but I guess ATDC are moving towards Novopronoy. They're not going to settle down towards Milta. So that's interesting. Pochinki looks pretty clear for TFK. Lipovka is in under contention right now, Raider. And also look at Yasnaya Poliana. There are two teams again rising under guards. These teams have the full freedom of, just playing YOLO. You need not, just hold and just wait for things to happen. You can just make things happen today because you know that it's going to be difficult for you to anyways to climb up the ladder. So you have to either get those elimination points going in with the survival game, or else you cannot even think of winning this championship.
I think at this point, that contention that you were talking about in Lipovka and Yasnaya, I'm pretty excited to and see how this entire action goes on. Pretty stoked about this fact that we have some early drop clashes coming in. Even in Rozok, teams who are pretty close by. Team ZG is there, Team ZFE, they're also pretty close to the fights. But look at what team number 7 has done. A big split coming in. Some players are there up on the potato hill of the Pochinki region, and then some are close to farm. Some of them close to the war body as well. But still, none of the frags have yet come through. 16 teams, 64 players are still surviving in the entire lobby. That means every single team, they are there in the drop contention or they are pretty much isolated, having their own fun run in with regards to the loots, like what team 13 is doing up on the northern regions of 70. None of the teams are looking excited about the fights for now. They're just being very, very patient. They are showcasing that patience game because they do know that at the end, what matters the most is a big game, not those small fights.
I mean, I expected some more fights, to be honest, Raider. I'm pretty surprised about the fact that teams haven't not gone on to take some fights. But okay, this is in Rozok right now. We're watching ZG, who are in a situation where we might see a fight happening. But somewhere I saw the finish feed moving, so some other team is fighting. It's Osmium Esports at this point of time, fighting TPW. Daula takes down Nashi Boy over there. There's a possibility of Nonchalant. He has a PP Bison, but he's being rushed by two players who have shotgun in their hand. Here comes the third one. He tries to take them down, spray them down, but there's no very difficult possibility. He comes into the M4, but he gets taken down pretty easily. And Osmium Esports are in a big, big trouble right now, Raider.
One by one, the players are falling short of breath. Nonchalant is down, Nasty Boy is out. Don Parox, these are the two men who are still standing tall up against their opponents' adversity. It's not going to be that easy to deal with. OSMOSIS Esports, they are on the back foot, and there you go. Parox also goes down. Now it all turns down to what Don can do. This Lipovka fight, it's turning into a mayhem for the sides of OSMOSIS Esports. They're just losing players one by one. This is not at all looking good for them. The way things have turned out, it feels like that these grenades, these speculations of getting the fight done and dusted, it's not going to be that easy. There goes the grenade. Not even a single chip damage. Dawn wants to really confront this entire fight. It's not going to be easy. But the player comes out, opens the door, but there's a connection by Dawn. Sneaky goes down, but at the end, with the pump action shotgun, there was Dooley, who is going to convert the frag, and there you go. 4 amazing finishes, nothing to lose. All the players will be getting their resets, and that's how the job's done.
Yeah, not a good start for OSMOSIS. Again, feels like a story which we have already seen, Raider. With only 8 points, with only 3 games to go now, it has just become like much more difficult for OSMOSIS Esports to climb up. But that's okay. I thought that when he got those 2 knockouts, I thought he would try to finish them because when you're not your boat is not sailing, you try to also hamper the other team's boat as well. So that is something which didn't happen. It's okay that they have a possibility of reviving both the teammates. We have Zero Fear Esports right now, rotating from school apartment side. The circle will make a shift after 1 minute and 51 seconds on the clock. Let's see what circle has to offer. But we see ATDC, where we thought that we might see a fight, possibility of a chance there. And here you go, Boss has made his move.
Well, they've started. The question is, can they finish the entire action? ATDC boss, he gets the first frag spot. He is currently AFK, so that could be a problem. For now, the way ATDC Thunder is talking, changing the seats of the coupe and then eventually trying to connect the
Oh no.
dots. But Thunder is now super duper low. One good shot on the head can be the cause of his death. And there you go. Avi connects. MW fights back up here. It will retaliate. Spot is already into that in itself is going to be a big blow. But there you go. Some more sprays from ATDC boss. Columbus goes down. Nothing to really vouch for at this point for the sides of Team MW. They are losing players one by one. ATDC boss, he is secured too. Virus on the other corner is in the flank region. With the vehicle, he has spotted the adversaries, but can he connect? That's a big question now. He wants to fall back. Fang, he's away from this fight, and that's a good call, I believe, at this point because they've already lost two of their individuals. Now, survival game should be the utmost priority. And Fang seems like that he's just setting up his customizations in the game, some sensitivities, some other issues. But for now, it feels like that the major issue is Sam and Columbus out of the picture. Now, these two players have to carry the burden of uplifting this team to the winner chicken in a podium.
Yeah. We see Moto. I think he took down Flick Whitey over there. SEG in fight. SEG would be a team under contention, of course, in top three with 45 points. But it's not a good sign for SEG fans, right? Their players being taken out. 7 seconds on the clock right now. After which we'll see, of course, the second stage being formed. But at this point of time, I think this is some kind of situation because of which we might see a rehost coming in, Raider. Let's see how things are gonna be right now. Uh, but see, Raider, it's a land, right? There are some technical difficulties which keeps on happening, but it's okay. There's always a possibility of a rehost, and the teams and the players will be back.
I'm just waiting for the entire picture at this moment regarding the game. As we can see, there's a good fight happening in the School Pass region. There are a lot of red dots that are being flashed, not just there, but eventually the closer vicinity to Pochinki, we get to see a fight over there. There's Potato Hill where the fights are happening. But for Team 6, things are not really working out. I believe all the players are AFK at this point. So that's again a big problem. Yeah, I do believe that there is a good possibility of a rehost happening. But of late, all the fights that are happening are pretty interesting. I mean, to be honest, the very start of this entire game was amazing. The way things were getting panned out, the way Lipovka fight turned out to be.
Yeah.
Even in the Rozhok region, we got to see a fight on the Pochinki Hills. We again got to see a lot of fights. So there were certain moments where we had seen some glorious fights coming through.
Yeah, true. And also, few teams being eliminated. Let's take a short breather. After that, we'll be back with the match being live. We are back after a short little break, and apologies for the delay. Technical issues were there, but those are fixed right now, and we will be jumping on to our first game. And I think this is a moment of correction for Osmom Esports Raider, and I feel teams like them can make a change, make a move right now, because now you have a second opportunity, and the match has been rehosted. Let's see how these teams gonna react.
I completely agree with you, Oro. At this point, like we have already seen the top clashes, you have already seen
Yeah.
what can happen. So along the way, you can evolve. Along the way, you can adapt and eventually figure out that we are going to avoid the top clashes that have happened in the previous matchup, which was a Rios, of course. So planning your next step is going to be really very important in this entire picture, and that's exactly why I'm super excited to see how this entire game is going to go. At the end, drop clashes have to be avoided, rotation clashes have to be avoided, so that you can have a better outcome of the game. But then again, if you play passive till the fourth, fifth play zone, you might get to see a lot of teams there in the fifth circle, and then again, there will be a complete ruckus. You never know from where the shots are going to come, how you're going to get taken down. So again, it's going to be a challenging head start. But there you go, guys. Having said all of the things, we are diving once again back in the map of Erangel. The first match for the day. This is Hornbill Esports Championship season number 1, and as you can see, Erangel is here. We have Team ZFE as the flag captains, and they're moving forward from the areas of Severny, from the northern areas, to be precise, northern eastern areas to the southwestern ones. I believe Primos, Query, Feripia, these are going to be a very accessible compounds. But Autobots, I think, or they're going to have their own fun run, looting the
Hmm.
northwest compounds of Georgiapool.
Yep, of course. I still am hoping for a change in approach from the players, right? Because that Autobots and Banzai and SEG have the best chance of winning this championship right now, and they're already sitting at 66. Some is sitting at 45, and some is sitting at 40. So if you have to play that catch-up game, then you need to make a move from the game number one. So you either need to go and make your moves early on, which means either a drop clash or just take your initial loots, and just you might be knowing that where these teams are dropping because you have played the 5 games yesterday. So there might be a chance that Metal Wings might be in Severny or maybe Stolber if you're watching. Oh, look at the Circle Raider. This is going to be interesting. Now, teams have already made their move towards Puchinki, or some are trying to go towards military base. It's WHO. It's their drop spot. Let's see if they're going to go there or not, because this circle is going to cause some problems for sure.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, the drop clashes that are bound to happen in Yasna Poliana. There will be some clashes in the Kameshki region. There will be some clashes while the Stalbert teams like SAG will be rotating. But apart from all the other things, I'm super excited to see how the rotations are going to go, specifically for the teams like ZG, who are right there in Primos region and Feripia. For them, their rotation is going to be a very big challenge. They will for sure have to have a very good plan of action so that they can actually come back to the circle and then perform. Trust me, it's going to be a big challenge for them. Apart from that, BANZAI Esports are also super far away at this point. So let's see what they're going to do. Not just BANZAI Esports, I think that's Team SALAI Esports to be specific. Yeah, there you go. SALAI is Astro, Kenzai, and all the other players who are there. They are super far away, 4,000 meters of a distance that they have to
Yeah.
travel. They're acquiring vehicles, that's good. But with some preliminary loot, I think, or they should retaliate. They should move back to the circle.
Yep. And on the contrary, this is Yasna Apollyon. We know that it's a big city. You can divide it into two parts, and you can make your own borders and loot. But as you mentioned, Banzai Esports are going to be challenged at this point of time by Rising Undergods. Let's see if Rising Undergods have a different plan than yesterday, because yesterday they were trying to make those inroads. They were successful in few moments, but then not being able to execute those situations properly. The plans were good, and that's why I said that the potential looks pretty good. Ruga, the IGL, of course. Let's see if he can lead his team from front, because Banzai Esports are right in the vicinity, and there's a possibility of a fight brewing. And Ghosting, he knows, is there, wanting to get some information on the team.
I mean, at the end, information matters the most. You have to get the idea of where the opponents are. Now, IU Esports, they are trying to find out their opponents. But at the same point, this battle can actually take a long period of time to start because of the fact that they are right there in the circle. Apart from that, there is no one who is going to slam into their compounds for now. So that in itself is not going to ignite a lot of fights, but they are still getting the information of where the players of Banzai are. Even in the mother building, you get to see 2, 3 players of Team Banzai Esports. Some are there pretty much deep into the Yasna Apollyon compounds. But apart from all the other things, what Autobots is going to do is also going to be very interesting, as they are far away in the Georgia Pool Northwest City. And looking at these table toppers, you kind of can figure out how the game is going to go. All the table toppers, they are trying to play secluded games. They're trying to have that patience, because they do know if they lose the fight, they might give the way, they might pave the way for the other teams to climb back onto the leaderboard. BANZAI Esports, I think they're going to collect the vehicle, and that's a good approach, I believe, because as soon as the zone is going to take a shift, I do believe that Yas Napoleon is not going to be hub of the entire play zone in the near future. Specifically talking about the 6th and 7th play zone. That's exactly why these vehicles, these rotational advantage vehicles are going to be very, very important, so that you can have that edge. Whenever the circle shifts, you can rotate back, you can pull in some artificial covers if the circle is in an open areas, maybe in the haystack area, or maybe towards Stalber area. But yeah, apart from all the other things, SEG, they're up there on the Stalber region. I really want to see what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, leaving Autobots right from now, from now for now, they are sitting on 66 points. But look at BANZAI Esports; they have 49, and TSN or TFK, not TFK, it's SEG and TSN. They have 45, 40. So they are very close to the second spot. The difference is not big, which just showcases that the teams have not been consistent. Or you can also frame it in a different way, that teams have given good competition to each other, because of which the points have spread it out. So now, which this means that if somebody eliminates a team like BANZAI Esports, the floodgates open, or if Autobots are getting eliminated, the floodgates open for the other teams to climb up. So this is something which I am going to be interesting to look at, because I saw Autobots. Their movement was towards not Georgia City, and on towards the crates, it was OsmosIS Esports who were on Lipovka in the last match, which got rehosted, of course. So they made a change. They made a conscious change, which is showcasing that OSMOSIS Esports have a different approach this game.
I really want to see how this patience game is going to play out. For now, if you see all the teams, they're just making their own moves. Some are looting, some are trying to set up their perimeters. For example, BANZAI Esports right here, they're trying to set up their perimeters as they have their adversaries in their sight. Some shots being taken. Hitman receives a chip damage. Not enough to completely put him down, but enough to make them aware of their own positions. Now, Hitman, he's prone down at this moment so that he can heal himself with the band-aids, with the boosters, trying to get a better view of where the opponents are. But trust me, this push on BANZAI is not going to be easy for the sides of Team Mario. Problem is, there's an open crossroad that you have to cross from and then eventually push in. Grenades, utils, they're not going to connect that easily. Finding an opening is again going to be a bit of a challenge, but Hitman, he's receiving a lot of shots. Backs out a bit. Small peaks, small angle that he's trying to build are not going to work. As the BANZAI, they are not just here to fulfill their dreams of being the champions, but they are here to dominate. It feels like that the way they are playing the game at this point. But 3,613 meters away, you get to see another fight happening. Probably. Because for now, Team 19 SD squad, they're right here, pulling up their big guns up against Team ZZ. They are, for now, patient enough. Someone's dream, that's the name. I believe their dream specifically is to get this fight done without any loss, so that they can have a better edge. But BANZAI's Asmo is going to get one. He gets a knock, but I believe again, knock is not going to be enough. You have to find that opening. Dizzy on the other corner in Primox season will find one opening and get the finish as well. Someone's dream, they're fulfilling their own.
Yeah, I mean, someone's dream have decided that they want to take a fight. See, the points are 22. What will happen? Max to max, you'll get eliminated, right? But you'll gain 4 points, 4 early points. And this is stage number 1. You can have this damage. You can take this damage, and you already have a good amount of utilities to heal yourself up. Now, the problem is for ZG Esports, since there's a long distance to cover towards zone, but this is not going to be easy. He's taking a whole risk of making a move over there. Few players are stuck right now. He cannot move in. He needs to be rescued, or otherwise these guys are gonna get stuck. He's smoking up his region, but his vehicle isn't in a condition to to run away. These players are making a push right now. Looks like that. Oh no, there's a slam coming in, but no, this is a big risk. Almost got taken out over there, but getting saved. Someone's dream are just surviving barely. ZG Esports and someone's dreams are going up against each other. Look at Gaio Keres. He finishes off the knocked player over there. Ferry Pair region have turned out to be a hell right now for both the teams because they're just going bonkers on each other right now, which means that it's going to be a disadvantageous situation for both the teams. Now they have lost 2 players, and on the contrary, someone's dream have lost 1. They're not inside the circle. They need to cover a lot of distance. Let's see how they make this thing possible right now, Raider.
I was thinking maybe these teams who are outside the play zone, they are going to have a tough fight while they are trying to enter the play zone. But look at this. They're not even close to the play zone. They have already lost a few of their players. That's not good for the sides of ZG. It is going to in turn be a very big problem at the end if they are really looking forward to get a bit of a chicken and out here. But I honestly believe at this point, I doubt that they are going to make it to the play zone as well. Because there will be certain teams who are going to gatekeep them. Specifically from the southern western parts from where they are trying to enter. There will be a lot of teams. On the other corner, if you talk about SALAI Esports, they have taken the nearby compounds of Mansion region. In Mansion, there's yet another team. So again, tough fights to be started pretty soon. We have team WHO who is there in the Mansion region. Apart from that, in the Yasnaya, we have BANZAI as well. And we have seen how chaotic BANZAI can be. They have got a few knocks on their opponents, but nevertheless, the finishers never really came through. But for Team Who, a start has to happen. They have 3 very amazing individual assaulters coming into the picture. I want to see what 4AE is also going to do, because I believe, if I'm not wrong, they're at the bottom of the food chain at this point. They do not have any good points in their favor. Just a single one. They need that head start right now.
I'm pretty surprised, Raider. I thought that the approach will be a little different from teams who are wanting to climb up the ladder. You know, for AUTOBOTZ and BANZAI and SEG, it's understandable because they have a good chance of winning this championship. But if you want to, as a team, for example, a Metal Wings, or if you talk about WHO, who are sitting with around 30 or maybe or 20 or 25 points, you need to make a move right now. If you have to catch up with AUTOBOTZ, you need at least a chicken dinner with good amount of finishes, which will mean that you need either of 9 to 10 finishes in all the matches which are left out with. And you also have to look up to that AUTOBOTZ don't score more, because if they score more, it's going to be much more difficult for you. And that is why me and Raider are constantly saying that for these teams, it's going to be next to impossible to play that catch-up game with it for a team like AUTOBOTZ or a BANZAI Esports if they're still surviving. If they get eliminated, of course, it's fair and square for you guys that the floodgates open, as we have mentioned, but not by sitting and waiting, because if we still see the similar kind of approach from teams where what we saw yesterday with the stage 5 coming in or stage 6 coming in, and then we are left out with 15 teams, it's going to be a fight where there's going to be a lot of third parties and problems for all the teams out there.
I completely agree with you. If there is a very good survival at the end of the table, then you'll get to see a lot of fights happening, and you never know from which angle you're going to get contested. For now, Team TSN, they are trying to test the waters as Metal Wings is super close to them. Your Fang was in the vehicle trying to climb the ridge. That should be very interesting. If there's a fight that is going to happen, we are pretty much excited about it. But so far it feels like that all the teams are just trying to eye their competition. They're just trying to figure out where the competition is, and they're just steering away from them. This approach might get you the survival points, maybe not, but these finishes are going to matter the most at the end. Because remember guys, it's a hybrid point system that we are seeing at this point, and you have to have some finishes, you have to have some good placement points in order to build a good future for yourself in the leaderboard. But for Team AUTOBOTZ, they have been chaotic, they have been patient from their sides. And we talked about TSN testing the waters, but it seems like that AUTOBOTZ could be the one who are going to push in deep, be the predators, be the sharks, hunt down the opponents, and it feels like that is going to bound to happen. There you go, the slam goes in. Metal Wings, it's going to be a bit of a problem for them, although there are certain different angles from which they can push in. Reap gets super low. Nora, he has received a lot of damage, no doubt. At this point, Team AUTOBOTZ could be on the back foot, but they have utilized their band-aids, they have utilized their... Oh no! The players are pushing in, the grenades are coming through, there are some knocks that are being delivered, and these mollies, these utility games, I am super excited to see how Metal Wings is going to retaliate. But there you go, boom from the Metal Wings has been taken down, and Lobster's angle is going to be absolutely amazing. He just waited long enough. He knew that some of the players will be converging right here to give the backup, but all of a sudden you get to see Lobster charging in with the M4 with the 6x scope opened up, and he is just pushing in deep, penetrating the entire team. And there you go, 2 for Ori, 1 for Lobster, 1 for Nora. And that's how Metal Wings is going to go out super early. The table toppers are still hunting, the bottom dwellers are still trying to figure it out. This is not how the competition has to be done.
I mean, I was pretty shocked about the fact that there was only one player committed onto Autobots and he managed to give them a lot of damage. But when the three players came in, where the fight could have been much more synchronized or the synergy should have been better, I think Autobots made sure that the players who are coming in or slamming in for Metal Wings are not being allowed to settle down. So yeah, that's how it panned out for Metal Wings. They get eliminated and Autobots just starting in a similar fashion how they ended the day yesterday on a higher note. Just add up those 4 eliminations and you make it a 70. There's some more fights happening right now. It's stage number 3, 45 seconds left on the clock before we see the stage 4 forming. But Autobots are pretty close and I think to another team, but wait, this is BANZAI Esports and SEG, the second position team. We're fighting out the third position team right now in the overall standings, and Flick gets knocked out from a different angle and he needs to get saved right now, or I think Team WHO would want to push and eliminate this team.
Now that's the best part. They've got a knock, but I still see them holding on their own compounds. That shows that they are not willing to risk anything at this point. Maybe they're going to be fruitful in it, but trust me, if the table toppers are still surviving, whatever efforts you're going to put at the end are not going to matter because they already have a good lead. What about, look at them, they're already up at, if I'm not wrong, 70 points right now. They've secured already 4 finishes and they already had 66, 70 points already on the banner in just 6 games that they played, and they're still there with the contention, with the survival. OSMOSIS on the other corner have also secured some good points, 4 good finishes for them. So far, OSMOSIS was at just 8 points. I believe being the champions is out of question for them, but being the ones who can showcase their own talent, who can prove how reliable they are, is going to be a good thing. ATDC on the other corner, Thunder strikes, no treat. He gets out, he gets finished off. Now slowly fights the ruckus, the kerfuffle is starting, and that's good. Because this is the third stage, a hardship has come through in this old zone meta. Third play zone is that particular play zone where the hardships are going to be there. And due to that, obviously, a lot of fights are getting started. But I really want to see the play zone, where the play zone has been delivered. And eventually with the play zone shift, you'll get to see a lot of rotations coming through. A lot of compound control fights being there. That in itself is going to be a eye candy for us casters.
True. I mean, the only point I want to make is that if you are a team, as you mentioned, that if you're hoping just things to happen, it won't. If you want to try, just go down trying. That is something is going to be at least satisfying for a player. That okay, I tried my level best, it didn't happen. The team was better who was in front of us, and you wanted to see the circle. The circle has shifted more towards the eastern side of this playing area right now, towards not towards Mansion, far away from Mansion and Lipovka. The few chip compounds of Lipovka are still there inside this circle, the tail end of the southern half, you can say it, where I think Team ZG might be eyeing those compounds, or possibly ATDC, who are on the move right now. They will be the first movers, so you will get that advantage for sure. But look at TSN. They have the best positionings. They should control the circle and they should get good amount of eliminations, hoping that they convert this into a chicken dinner if the circle goes in their favor in the later stages. But there are fights brewing as we expected. The stage 4 and the stage 5 will be a chaotic one. And here we start with ZFP and TW going up against each other. Okay, there is also another team, someone's team still, in a bit of bother, and this time they're being bothered by Autobots.
Oh, look at the Predators once again eyeing up the target, and look at that. Beautiful frags coming through in the Mushroom Tower. You get to see the retaliation coming in. Autobots, they are connecting the dots. They are trying to find the opening, but this entire play goes down, and that's a loss that Autobots was not willing to take. But they have lost one of their own, brother. Now that in itself is going to put a lot of pressure on Team Autobots. Although they are the table toppers, they already have 7 good finishes. Things can go south for them for now. As TSN, they are the ones who are going to gatekeep them. But OSMOSIS on the other corner, they received 4 good frags, but right now they're just losing their players bit by bit. Team SALAI Esports, they went ham on them. Paradox is out, Nonchalant is done. Nasty Boy, he's also taken down. Dawn now becomes the last man standing with this red Lamborghini. He in itself is a big target for the entire lobby. whenever he's going to get spotted, a lot of shots are going to be taken on him. He's trying to find a different path at this point, and I believe that's a good approach, going outside the circle, trying to build another area from which you can enter. But then again, there is no backup available. If you get shot down by the opponents, there is nowhere you can hide. But he's trying, and that's the best thing what he can do at this moment.
True.
On the other corner, if I talk about TSN, look at them, they're just holding up the guards for Team BANZAI. BANZAI Esports, they're slowly losing the players, and in this entire action, AUTOBOTZ is also pitching in. They're also chiming in to get the best values. Look at this, Lobster and now Nora are the last two men standing from this particular team, and SALAI.
Oh no.
They have figured it out. They are pushing in, some space going in, but Lobster will go down. There you go, Lobster gets crushed with the vehicle, and now Nora becomes the last player standing from this team of AUTOBOTZ, and it's going to be very difficult for him to survive for now.
But look at the points. Look at the points they've already, converted. They've got 8 points. What do you need more than that? Even if Nora doesn't survive from here, which he is trying, though his car is stuck. It's in a bad spot. He comes and prones down, but not here, my friend. You get just 8 points and you will get eliminated. Here you go, AUTOBOTZ have been eliminated. But before getting eliminated, they've got 8 points, which means if you add up to those 66 points, which we were mentioning, Raider, it's already 74. They've done their task. That is the only thing they need to do. They just need to get those 8 to 10 points each game, and the other teams are not even gonna touch them, because it's getting so hard for them now to play the catch-up game. For a team like BANZAI Esports, or also a team like SEG, who are literally sitting in the pinpoint, trying to control a lot of areas. HO getting back, starting to getting some conversions right now. It's Deep, who has a knocked out player there for 4 Exils, for barely surviving with I think 1 elimination point, if I'm not wrong, but they're at the bottom of the table. They did not have a good game last day, which was yesterday. Let's see if they can make something from today. But TBW, they're up against Zero Fear Esports, Raider.
And for now, Sneaky, the angle that he has got, that's a good one. But the problem is the circle. It's Team TBW who has to push into the circle, and that in itself is going to be a blessing in disguise for the sides of Zero Fear Esports. They are the one who are guarding, who are holding the floodgates. If they open it up, maybe the entire team of TBW is going to go down the drain. But the thing is, 2 of their players have already acquired a circle control from the right end. That's brilliant. ATDC on the other corner with that Hovercraft trying to get back to find a good spot. But look at that, Hovercraft is super duper low. And Team TSN, they're just chiming in with the damage. This is a good approach, because Hovercraft can tank up a lot of damage, but not enough to get that guy in the circle. And there you go, Virus goes down, but on the other corner, Spot is also out. Boss, Thunder, now these are the 2 players who are still surviving. Thunder trying to retaliate. Virus, he is going to be finished off pretty soon, but Thunder is now stuck out the circle, and a lot of bullets are being sent his way. TSN will find that opening once again, and now it's all trickling down to Boss. This Boss man has to fight till the end. He has to be that boss fight at the end of every single game.
I'm interested to look at SEG. Like they are the only one ruling the circle right now. Still have the considered positionings, and they can control a lot of areas. We still have 7 teams surviving it. I don't know how, because there's a lot of open spaces and no compounds. Only players using those small ridges or trees to make their cover. For now, this is TSN Helix in a spot of bother. Teams are gonna get shot at from left, right, and center right now. The question is, how are they going to make their next move? Helix, he is in a position where he can control things, but the best thing would be to be low-key right now, because a lot of teams are going to get eliminated. You just do not want to, pull some limelight on yourself. SEG client Chaser is taken down by Helix. He stands up, he delivers for his team. The point is, can he convert that into an elimination point? TSN on the other end are taking out ZG, who are in a spot of bother at this moment. How is Helix going to survive? His buggy still has HP, but it's not going to give him a permanent cover. He needs to destroy it, otherwise it's going to be difficult if somebody else does it for him. Okay, the Master Boy, he is knocked out, and TBW Sneaky gets eliminated, which means TBW has been eliminated on the 6th spot by Zero Fear Esports.
But Oro, I really want to point out Boss being the survivor at this moment. He's right there. on the back end angles of team who's there on the edges, the one known as TSN. Look at that, the guy boss. He's still out there trying to take the placement points. 40. Bilal, he's the guy who's still surviving out here as a solo man. With these grenades, SEG can be in problems, and I think the chicken dinner could actually go in the favor of team TSN at this point. The way they are holding the circle, the only one who are there commanding the circle. Flick Whitey, he has spotted the players, but the grenades, the utils are going in. Even the other guy has been taken down, and Flick Whitey will be getting finished off by Bambi. And boss, this is what I was talking about. He can backstab, he can push in, he can damage the entire roster of TSN. But the problem will still be in the favor of team SCG as they are still outside the circle. TSN can actually reset their teammate. This Chikanera should be theirs. This Chikanera is definitely theirs at this point. It seems like that the entire circle control is with them, and they are about to reset their four-man standing. ZFE, Zero Fear Esports, Razy. He will not get any advantages. I think he is fighting for the top 2 positions so that he can get at least 6 good placement points in his favor. On the other corner for the sides of Team SCG, that attack that they're going to plan has to be absolutely fine. The blunt attack will not work. And I believe for them, the angles are not even there. SCG is left with the last 2 players, Graffiti and Muffin. For them to push in and retaliate, it's a big problem. I mean, even finding the circle opening is going to be a very big challenge for them. So one of the approach could be that they can collect first aids. Like that's exactly what Muffin is doing. He has collected 19 first aids, and now he's going to play for the survival battle. He's going to go and do the heal battle. Even his teammate, he has dropped in few more first aids. Look at this. So yeah, he is fighting for the placement points. So is Razy. But Razy is going to get spotted, and there you go. He gets taken down. That's it for Team Zero Fear Esports. But the winner chicken dinner could be going in the hands of TSN. It's just all about the formalities now.
Yeah, SEG knows important, but oh wait, he's not gonna be allowed to, use all his first hits, but it doesn't matter, right? It was for the second spot anyways, and he managed to get that. So SEG won't be getting the winner chicken dinner. It's TSN who converts this game. But the question is, what is going to happen at the overall standings now? Because Autobots getting eliminated early, but still they managed to get some points, which means BANZAI Esports and SEG are still at the contention. But how long? For how long? How much points they have converted, and how far have they, closed down to that buffer which Autobots have created is the question right now. Also, because SEG now with the second position, they will of course back up some survival points, and they did manage to get some good amount of finishes as well. So that overall standings is going to be an interesting picture to look at.
Of course, I mean, at the end of these 25 minutes of efforts from a lot of teams have actually turned out quite well. Specifically for TSN, it has been a wonderful match. They have got some good finishers. They've got the winner chicken as well. I believe around 18 to 19 points of a game is definitely going to impact a lot with regards to their standings in the leaderboard. Apart from that, AUTOBOTZ, the way they are climbing the ladder is phenomenal stuff. 66 points were already there after 5 good matches, but in this match, they secured 8 more points. That in itself turns down to 74 points. SCG on the other corner should have played a little better, should have got a little bit better control of the play zone, but unfortunately they were stuck in the shack. They thought that that's the comfort zone, but remember guys, usually in an angle what happens 99.99% of the times that the circle always goes out of the compounds, the final circle, and that's exactly where the other particular team TSN had that edge. Although for a second I was doubting that thought because ATDC's boss, if I'm not wrong, was the man who was sitting on the back lines, was holding his breath. He was waiting for the right moment to strike in. Even for Zero Fear Esports, Razy, he was a phenomenal individual. The survival that he brought in was pretty amazing, but at the end, he was also caught off guard due to the fact that he had to push into the circle. For now, guys, we'll take a short break. After that, the stats and match number 2 will follow up for the day. So stay tuned.
We are back after a short little break. You guys are watching Hornbill Championship season number 2. मेरा नाम है और and with me on desk is Raider. So we will be jumping in with the second game, but before that, we will, of course, as mentioned by Raider, we will want to witness the stats. Who was the MVP in the last game, and also the winner chicken dinner coming in from TSN was a brilliant one. But Lobster, I heard from production Raider that he has been the MVP for the fourth consecutive game. This is the fourth one.
Absolutely amazing. The kind of precision this guy carries is superb. Look at the way, AUTOBOTZ, they were trying to slam in onto the compounds of Team Metal Wings, and right there, this guy was on the flank angle, and he just dominated that entire fight with the damages that he was able to provide on his opponents. Nora on the other corner was the one who was supporting the entire fight. So yeah, apart from all the other things, phenomenal stuff from Team AUTOBOTZ, of course, but at the end, the winner chicken goes in the favor of TSN Esports, where you had Divine, who was able to get 3 amazing finishes. Then you had Boy with 1 finish. You have Helix with 2 finishes. You have Bambi with 4 finishes. So yeah, all the other things concerned with this fight, a good game from their sides and a total of 20 points. I was talking about 18 to 19, but no, they have secured actually 20 points from this match. So absolute banger of a performance from the sides of TSN Esports. But if AUTOBOTZ keeps on continuing their own domination with just finishes, not even concerned about the placement points, problems will rise with regards to the #1 position. You might fight for the podium, but #1, that is kind of going out of the hands.
Absolutely. I mean, TSN, but definitely see, we have witnessed that they have got 20 points, but how much is the jump? Oh, this is a big jump, not a bad jump. See, they had 40 points before we started things up for today. So now they have jumped up to 60 points, making sure that there's a 14 points buffer between AUTOBOTZ and them. So certainly BANZAI Esports and SEG Esports drops down. BANZAI Esports drops down a lot because they were in the second position. So they have to pull up their socks in the next game, Raider. Otherwise, it's just gonna get difficult for them as the game goes on.
I completely agree with you, man, at this point, because BANZAI sitting at the second spot or third spot now, that drop is massive. Where AUTOBOTZ is already up there with 74 points. There's TSN, who has got a lead of around 11 points between them and Team BANZAI Esports. That in itself explains a lot. For AE Esports in this particular matchup, secured 4 good points, and that's why they have 5 points altogether. Could have done better in the initial 5 matches that they played yesterday, but lately, I think they're just fighting to build on their own momentum, because remember, guys, the tournament is there in which you either win or you learn from it. So this is the experience curve that for AE, for Team OSMOSIS, they are going to hit. Team ZG, again, their performance was not that great. If you talk about Zero Fear Esports, Ryzy was the one who survived a lot till the end, got some good placement points for the team. I believe 5 placement points on the third spot, but then again, it's not significant as their positioning is not that adequate. But for now, guys, let's welcome the match number 2 of Miramar in this Hornbill Esports Championship season number 1. With the map of Golden Sands, the technical teams will have that upper edge, because trust me, in this match you have to have a very good idea of where the dips are, where the ridges are, and how you have to take that rotation.
Yeah, absolutely. Two ends of this trajectory is, of course, La Cobria and Puerto Paracion. As you mentioned, there are a lot of cities which are accessible right now. El Pozo seems a little far away. So is Chumachera or Val del Mar. But I would want to see some drop clashes, of course, because few teams have already, in a situation where you cannot, you're not fighting for the first position. You're just fighting for your pride. Because, in these last 3 games, it's next to impossible now to challenge a team like AUTOBOTZ or a TSN, who are literally sitting with a difference of 50 points or more than that. So let's see how this things span out. San Martin, Hacienda del Petron, and Pecado will be some cities to watch out for. And also, I think Los Leones would be a place where fights can brew.
Interesting. I mean, that's one of the biggest compounds that you get to have, and we can clearly see a lot of teams are jumping over there. BANZAI is jumping. We have Team WHO, who is also trying to jump on the same vicinity. But yeah, looking forward to see how Hacienda fights are going to turn out. TBW Esports pretty close to them. There's yet another team. Metal Wings is also right there on the outskirts, close to the upper ridges angle. And then you get to see TSN, the previous match winner, the chicken dinner taking team, also surviving in the same vicinity. Team TFK, they have taken the La Corp region. Team SALAI, pretty close to the water treatment area, but there's a slam that is happening. AUTOBOTZ Lobster, the MVP for the last 4 matches, back-to-back, is now at concern. He might lose the players, he might lose the fight, he might go out of the equation, but he's trying to fight back. But there you go, he goes down. Arib Nomi, and then also Lobster has been taken. And it's all about Nora, the last player standing from the sides of Team AUTOBOTZ Esports. They do not have to fear anything at this point, but the fact that they are getting decimated is a welcoming opportunity for the sides of TSN Esports to get another win over a chicken and possibly take the #1 spot. If the table toppers, if the head of the snake has been cut through, the tail will get a chance to slither more. Let's see if we get to see Nora also getting decimated or not. He's just running away at this point, trying to explore different compounds, get a little bit of a better loot. But for 4AE, this type of fight is phenomenal because in the first 6 games that they've played so far in the grand finale, they were a little bit dormant. But look at this, they committed in this particular one and how beautifully they have got the value. Sandstorm is here, so obviously a lot of vision obstruction is going to be there. And that's why they are keeping themselves at a pay.
With the context of the game right now, Raider, look at the team who has targeted, I'm using the word targeted because it's very evident for the fact that they know that who they were. It was Autobot Esports, right? And they are the top of the table, and who are being challenged by them are the bottom of the table. 4 Exils. They have nothing to lose right now. And if Autobots gets eliminated, the other teams, specifically TSN, have a free hand. The floodgates open for them or SEG or also BANZAI Esports, who are in the contention right now. But will this mean war? Because with 3 games left out after this game, will be 2 more. It's going to be interesting. Sandstorm, of course, was looking beautiful with that, cinema. Looks like a movie scene, with that buggy coming in and the behind Sandstorm chasing you. But it's okay.
Mad Max Fury.
Yeah, correct, absolutely. But I think with what happened with Autobots, they would not be, in a good mood out in the next game.
I mean, that space of comfort is now out of the question for Autobots for sure. 74 points is what they were able to get in this particular match. Again, the last man standing, that guy, Nura, will put in every ounce of his effort so that he can survive till the placement points picture comes through and then go for the third party fights as well. He would like to at least get 5 more points from the match. That's what I believe at this point should be the goal. But TSN on the other corner have started quite well. There's no one who is there for the contention. And even the previous matchup, we got to see TSN versus Metal Wings. That could have happened, but TSN always kept their boundaries safe. They always were like, yeah, that's exactly where the compound is. That's exactly where their adversaries are sitting at. We are not going to make a move on them. If there is someone who is going to push on us, we are definitely going to retaliate. That's exactly what they did on ATDC while they were trying to push into the circle. So they were always holding and safeguarding their own territory rather than going ahead and claiming other ones. That's exactly what Autobots tried to do, and it costed them. They just secured 8 points. In that particular sequence, at that moment, it was looking like Autobots has done a fun job of getting 8 points and they have actually got the lead in their favor. But remember, if Autobots would have been taken down in the previous matchup quite early, 66 points is where they could have sat out, and eventually 60 points is where TSN is sitting at right now. But still, I believe that gap of around 14 points is not that big. If Autobots goes down completely, TSN has got a very good chance to secure another 15-14 points on the table. I'm not talking about taking the #1 spot, but I'm talking about making Autobots uncomfortable, sorry, to be precise, and making them feel vulnerable, making them feel like a team who is still there fighting for their own #1 spot.
Absolutely. Ladriela is a spot where Osmosis Esports are sitting right now, a little towards the northern side of Ladriela. San Martin is a spot. Let's look at GS Nora. Oh no, he is stuck now. The questions of surviving are gone. 4 Exils are just hunting him down, wanting to hunt him down. Okay, he missed out for a moment. I thought, what happened? Did his gun go on a reload? Did not. He was taking a shot as Mikami, towards Mikami. He waited for a while, but before he got taken out. But yeah, Autobots are out of the picture right now, which now officially means that no more points for them in this match. At least TSN can have a free hand. They can just close down or maybe convert another chicken dinner and just regain or dethrone them. Anything can happen right now because the floodgates are finally open now, Raider. Look at BANZAI Esports, they would be happy. Look at TSN, they would be happy. SEG would be happy too. All these teams can make their moves, and even TBW would also be eyeing for that podium finish because they still have a chance. But ZG in a spot of bother, We saw the finish feed moving. It is someone's dream causing problems again. This is for the second time these two teams are fighting after a wrangle, a raider. So day 2 has brewed a new rivalry between someone's dream and ZG.
Of course, I mean, this open-ended fight is going to be a problematic one for ZG. Razor goes down. He was able to find an opening, but instantaneously there was a retaliation coming through, and now the last man standing for him to retaliate, for Locke to fight back. It is definitely going to be a bit of a challenge. There you go. With the pump action shotgun, he was trying to find an opening. Nevertheless, the opening never really came through, and it's going to be Dizzy who is going to get a 1v3 up against Team ZG. And apart from all the other things, someone dreams are crushing the dreams of ZG to perform, to survive, to build up a good game in this entire picture. But for Team OSMOSIS, the previous game started on a good note. They were able to secure 4 good finishes without any loss, I would say. After that, they got retaliated. Right now, once again, similar start is there. Nonchalant, he finds another big knockout, another big opening. The players from Team W. Sneaky. He's not sneaky enough at this point. He is in an open spot, but what is Paradox doing? He does not have any first hits, and he falls down to receive a knock. Oh my god. In a moment where Team OSMOSIS could have easily taken down the players of Team TBW with a push, with a rush, they are now trying to reset their own opponents, own teammates, I would say. This is not looking good for even OSMOSIS.
Yep. See, there's a lot of fights brewing right now in the lobby, which is expected. So finally, teams have wantingly making moves. These are on purpose. Look at Power Grid, also SEG, where they're rotating right now. Metal Wings can be a team where they can be a moment where they might think of fighting, but TBW, would they want to fully commit onto this fight is the question, because there are few shots being taken, but Hornbill Esports are on the move. Are they running away? But there's another team in the vicinity, that is WHO, who are just tailing on this fight. And WHO can have a final laugh, which is not going to be a good treat to watch for both the teams right now, because Hornbill Esports have also decided that, yeah, we are done with running away, because it's now or never for us. Because see, we are not in the contention of winning this championship, but we can still fight for our pride.
Absolutely agreed with your points. I mean, at this moment, if you are not there at the #1 spot, you can still fight back and still put up a lot of pressure, spoil the game for a lot of other teams. Hitman is the one who has been taken a nonchalant on the other one, will once again receive a block. But that's a third party which is happening. The WHO team who has been pushing in onto those compounds of El Pozo, of Chumashara region, of the other regions who are there pretty close to them. I believe that was Monte, where the entire fight was happening. So I'm definitely looking forward to see what will happen, what kind of result, what kind of outcome will be there. But TBW Esports Sneaky also goes down. There are so many fights that are happening, regardless to what happened in Erangel. In this particular map of Miramar, we get to see a lot of early contentions coming through, and teams are trying to be absolutely restless. They are trying to find some good picks. Hitman, I don't know what he's trying to do, where he's trying to go. He is not going to survive for sure. There is such an opening that Team TFK was able to build in. Ryuga, he was looking forward to go ahead and get that revival done, but now that his teammate is out, Ryuga should actually fall back from these compounds. From the Lock region, Team RU trying to fall back. 14 teams, 42 players still out there surviving, trying to build up a battle. OSMOSIS, they've lost 2 of their own. TBW, they've lost 1 of their own. But all the other teams who are there in contention for AE, and apart from them, Team Someone Dreams. These are the 2 teams who have been so much fruitful in this game so far. They've got a lot of points, but BANZAI once again out on the back foot. They are receiving knocks. Players are falling short of breath. This should not happen, as BANZAI, they were one of the probable contenders of being the champions lately. They're just getting decimated by their opponents.
Absolutely, WHO, they did manage to get 1 flag out of that, but see, the fight isn't over yet. The rotations are not going to be comfortable. The question is, how would they plan this situation? Would they want to, go up and have this fight with BANZAI? Because there are few players in the vicinity, and they were the ones who were taking those shots. Yeah, Mini 14 though, wanting to burst those tires. It's a good thing, but I don't think somebody is there to use that vehicle anyways. So they've decided to make a move. They're going from a different angle of Ladriela towards the circle, which is I think fair on their part, because they would not want to straight up go and have a head-on fight with the team who has already settled in a position. So this is a good move. I would want to see the map. Where is the third stage, or maybe the possibility of a fight brewing? Because we still have 1 minute and 13 seconds on this clock. Yeah, here's the map. And the center seems like between El Pozo and San Martin, where the hill is being controlled by a team called SEG. I think, see, SEG have been fancying the chances with the circle, right? In the last game, also, for the good part of the game, they had the circle. But still, they couldn't get the chicken dinner in their favor, which is a little disappointing. This is something they need to figure out, because if they want to win it, they need to get those extra points. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to win at least.
I think so far the way SEG sorry has been playing is pretty amazing. They have been getting the circle controls, but lately we get to see a knock coming through. I believe that's Metal Wings who have actually secured that knock. But again,
Correct.
getting that finish is not going to be easy, as there is another player from SEG who is out there up on the ridge. Oh my God, is that happening? Oh, there was no one who was there to get that revival, and all the other players from SEG were there in the down the ridge of the area. So Flick Whitey has been taken down. That's a big loss for SCG. Once again, the way they were trying to build the game, it's not happening for them. Another circle shift in just 9 more seconds. You'll get to see a massive shift coming through. I do believe probably it will come towards El Pozo. We have seen a lot of El Pozo play zones being delivered. And yeah, there you go. It's coming towards El Pozo region where TSN is going to find a comfortable spot. ATDC, they will actually get an easy entry out there from the southern western part of the entire circle. I believe Team TBW, they might have a tough time, as TSN is right there on the gatekeeping areas. Team WHO, they might actually have a bit of a struggle between them and TBW. But for all the other teams who are there on the eastern edges, for example, Team SALAI is there, Team SEG is there, Team 4AE is going to be there, Team Someone Dreams is there. All those teams, they are going to receive a lot of shots while they're trying to enter the circle, because there are certain teams who are already gatekeeping them. There will be many more as the circle shifts.
ATDC, as you mentioned, they also are a team with 32 points, and of course, if they would want to fancy their chances, they also have to convert these games into a bigger one. But the way they have been playing this event is already I'm impressed with, because they have shown potential, they have shown the intent, which always at the end of the day matters a lot. Because see, failing and winning is also on something called luck, because sometimes circle is in your favor, sometimes it is not. But you guys have the talent to do it, and this is a very good learning curve for a team like ADDC, where you get this opportunity by Hornbill Esports Championship, and thanks to organizers like the Esports Association of Nagaland, because of whom the event was possible. And I think they have given platform to such teams where this is necessary. And I would love to see a season 3 coming in, because this is a season 2, right, Raider? But we are seeing fight coming in. In between this sandstorm, I think SEG are losing out on numbers right now, and who are challenging them? It's BANZAI Esports themselves challenging their teams who are above them right now.
SEG was up there at the third spot with 54 points, and BANZAI had 49, if I'm not wrong. Right now, they're also crossing the marker of 50 points, as they have got 51 on their board. This is good. If BANZAI is performing, SEG is the one who is going to be on the back foot. Once again, OSMOSIS have got a brilliant chance to retaliate. But is it going to happen? Dawn losing the HP and the hopes to get this fight under his banner. Team SEG survives once again for another fight. Brilliant head start from their corner, despite the fact that there was a surprise waiting for them in that compounded area. Team SVG was able to retaliate in that 1v1 fight. Dawn, massive diff with regards to what he was able to do. He had the HP, he had the element of surprise, but he still failed. That should not have happened. Salai on the other corner, they're also trying to take the circle under their siege. But wherever they're trying to go, they will receive a lot of shots, as in the stage 3, we still have 44 more opponents alive for Team Salai, who will try to hunt them down, who will try to take them down. And just on their backwards area, on their backsides, there's yet another team who's holding the gatekeeping angles.
Yep. And the way AG's buggy is looking right now is not going to be easy for them to move around with ATDC in the corner. Oh, Farium, he has his eyes on the team of Salai. Look at Kenzo. He can be taken out at any moment, but Farium would want to directly knock and finish him within this 9 seconds. You will see another stage being formed, but he isn't taking any shots, which is good on the part of WHO. They are not wanting to reveal their position. They can plan a surprise attack, or maybe a third party when the fight between ATDC and Salai Esports comes to a point. But see, WHO still have a ridge to play with. It's still in the circle, but the next circle, will that be in that area or in that contention? Is this going to be the question? But for sure, a team like Rising Undergods are under pressure right now. A team called SEG are, I think, retaliating after losing out on numbers. They have been caused problems by Banzai Esports because where they lost a member there.
Problems will rise, but for AE, the way they pushed on the sides of AUTOBOTZ, I am definitely confident that they're going to pull off some more aggressive fights out here. But TBW, they are retaliating. Captino, he was able to get the first one. The knocks are coming through. Boggy has been taken down. Now, Mikami has been taken down. Some smokes by Children Noob so that he can kind of get the revival done. But it's not going to be that easy. For now, it feels like that team for AE Esports are on the back foot. Similar things happened to them in the previous matchup as well, where they started with a good fight, but then after that they were taken down. But right there, we get to see Captino getting taken down. Brilliant plays from the corners of Chalre Noob. That's how you have to counter. That's how you have to give the backup to your teammate.
For Exils, they were the ones who eliminated Autobots, of course. They have made this game look much more in control in their favor, and they are looking to dominate this lobby at least, because things have not been so fruitful for this team, because they have not been able to win those situations, win those fights. Finally, we are seeing some retaliations coming in from 4Exils, and which is a good sign for the team and also the momentum of this tournament, right? Because we see competition, good competition coming in from all the teams right from the bottom of the table on day number 2, which should have happened from day number 1. But it's as I said, it's now or never, which is what 4Exils are also following. The problem is stage 4 is now going to close down, and we will see stage 5 within the 30 seconds. Zed, Zero Fear Esports, have been fighting with BANZAI Esports right at the edge of this circle. Lems, he was struggling yesterday. He wasn't able to contribute, to the points where his team needed him. But then today he has contributed. Looks like in a solid position, but he has been surrounded by players right now. How will he survive this is the question, Raider.
Being the last man standing obviously is going to be a bit of a problem for him, but let's see how far he's going to go. It seems like that ATDC by the corner will be shutting down one more from 4AE, but right here ZFE, Zero Fear Esports. Rolef has been taken down, but now Palatin has been taken on as well on the other corner. Some more grenades, some more utility being tossed in this 4v4 fight. We have already seen BANZAI Esports decimating one of their opponents, and Zero Fear Esports will lose one more. From outside the circle, there is another guy who is putting up the pressure, but grenades are being cooked off at this point. Connections are to be made with the shotgun. Motto wants to find that opening once again in this compound region, but it seems like that on the edges. Oh my god, the players jumped out of the building and retaliated. BANZAI Esports all of a sudden is down. They're away, out and dusted. Oh my god, this is not looking good for them. For a moment, they had the total control up against Team Zero Fear Esports, but in a very next second, in a blink of an eye, we got to see entire decimation coming through.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you, Radam. I mean, what was that? How did they mess up that situation? What an anti-climax to a fight for BANZAI Esports, which again means BANZAI Esports are not going to go ahead. See, they were in the contention. We saw BANZAI Esports doing good in this game, but the problem is we started with our day number 2 with seeing them on the second spot. Now, after the first game, they were already being pushed towards the 4th spot. What will happen now is the question, because they only get 3 points. No survival points for them. So the total will up to 52 points. So that is not looking good for them. We'll see upon that, but now this is the moment for WHO. They're coming towards these crossroad angles where they might find a fight with ATDC Thunder. He's wanting to steal those eliminations, which came in from TBW, and ATDC Spot has taken down SGE Grant. So there's a fights happening all the way around in this circle, because it was supposed to happen right later. This is the 5th stage, so many teams surviving, so many players there, and there are so many less spaces to play with for these players.
Absolutely agree with you. With such proximity being increased, there are so many teams are close to each other, and there are so many crosshairs that are being pointed on you. That TSN, they are now finding the picks, but Bambi goes down. TSN, for them, this match is very, very important as AUTOBOTZ is out. TSN has to perform. TSN has to get a big game out here, but TSN, they are feeding the wrath of Team Zero Fear Esports, I would say. And the way Zero Fear Esports is charging in right now, TSN is actually left with the last man standing. Bit of a problem for them. They have to survive now. They are in the top 10 contention. From here, that survival point has to come through for them. Bambi is going to get finished off. Look at that. Even TBW Esports is out. Team WHO, they retaliated, but now ATDC can put up pressure on Team WHO. So much is happening from so many different angles. There are utter bloodbath coming through for AE Esports. All of a sudden, they are actually pretty much vacated. They have got a very good angle to push it into the circle. Around the northern region, you get to see someone Dreams, some Metal Wings, Team SALAI Esports, and not just that, TFK also outside the circle, receiving a lot of shots.
Yeah, absolutely. ATDC, they're on the corner right now, stuck. But the good thing is they have the compound and they can stop a lot of teams. Already they are, creating a lot of problems and ruckus for team number 7, which is of course it is WHO. WHO on the other end, they have players knocked out. And also they have to run with the timer. Only 10 seconds left on the clock with the 7th stage closing in on them. It's not going to be easy. The damage will be a lot, which is going to be a problem for them. But there are other teams inside this play area are wanting to prove themselves, that a team like Someone's Dream or a SALAI Esports, nobody gave them a chance. We wanted AUTOBOTZ, we wanted a team called SEC, but now these are the teams who did not have those points, right? But they are now fighting it out, wanting to showcase their talent, which is so good to look at. 4Exils are creating problems for Zero Fear Esports in this map. Razor is down, and I think they are wanting to push at Zero Fear Esports. ATDC are controlling this area of the map, which will mean that WHO will be denied an entry. But look at Chalre Noob. Those nades. There's a counter nade coming in from Nirvana. We know how Nirvana is. We saw him performing well yesterday. But today is a different day. This nade can shut him down. Moment coming in where Zero Fear Esports doesn't have the resources to move ahead. Looks like that, but barely survives right now, Raider.
Problems are starting to rise. 4 teams, 9 players still surviving. SALAI Esports on the back foot at this moment, but the way 4AE Esports is performing, the way Children Noob is retaliating is pretty amazing. Mikami, he was knocked out, but he has got the reset. He was damaged, but he has got the reset, and that's the best part. But ATDC, and on the other corner, TSN is also surviving. That's another brilliant head start. For AUTOBOTZ, this is a problem, but there you go. Spot, he turns down to be a ruckus for the opponent. SALAI Esports is down. Virus will find the final nail into the coffin. For AE Esports versus ATDC should be the next one, so that TSN will get maximum out of it. And TSN's hello boy, he's the guy who's just holding his nerves, calming down his nerves, because he knows that it's a big game. It's a very important game for them. They are already super close to Team AUTOBOTZ Esports, and this survival can put a lot of pressure on them, although the play zone is going to provoke him to come a little bit more further. And those grenades that are coming in from Virus, angles are going to be rattling for him. Mikami, he pushes forward. Mikami goes down. There you go. The top 2 teams are here. ATDC versus Team TSN. That's the battle that we are about to talk about. Oh boy, he gets spotted. Tries to shut the player down, but that will not happen. And Team ATDC will find their winner chicken. The irony is, in the previous matchup, ATDC was getting retaliated by the sides of Team TSN. In this match, where TSN needed a winner chicken, they got taken down by ATDC. But still, I would say TSN, valiant effort from their corner, valiant survival from their corner, 6 placement points and good finishes from their corner. That is going to put a lot of pressure on the sides of Team AUTOBOTZ, because now Team AUTOBOTZ are under siege.
Yeah, I mean, the question I am still going to raise is that TSN, did they manage to cover the difference between them and AUTOBOTZ? Because they survived. They were at the 2nd spot, Raider, and they had some amount of finishes. I don't know the exact number, because if that was the case, if we had known that, I think overall standings is again going to be an interesting picture to look at, because AUTOBOTZ, they did not have a single point in this game. It was very unfortunate for them that 4Exils wanted to target them, and they got taken down pretty easily over there. And 4Exils, they managed to climb up good in this game. They challenged a lot of good teams. Zero Fear Esports were also damaged by them. Nirvana was the last man who was surviving, but he was taken down in a third-party situation. But the way things panned out in this Miramar, things have become interesting, because the last 2 games which are left out in this Hornbill Esports Championship are going to be worth watching at, because we are going to find out who's going to be the champions of season 2.
Absolutely. I mean, when the day started, we were looking at a situation where Autobots had a massive lead up against their opponents, and we were like, maybe Autobots is going to be the champion. It will be all about the chasers for the podium spots. But now it feels like that even Autobots is vulnerable. Even Lobster's MVP title could be at stake at this moment because of the fact that of late, the players from TSN, they are trying to put up a good survival. The way Chalrenoob and Bgmi played from the sides of 4AE was again another amazing stuff to watch at. ATDC on the other corner, Boss, Virus, players like that, they are pulling up some good strings. They are performing, they're retaliating, they're
Correct.
being consistent. Even for ATDC, I would say two big games have come through. Maybe ATDC is also going to have that buff of a position at the other corner for Banzai, for
Correct.
SGG. Things were not that good and adequate in this
Yeah.
particular matchup. So a lot of things have changed in this particular overall standing right now. We'll take a short break for now. We'll get to see the stats and match number 3 as well pretty soon.
We are back after a short little break. You guys are watching Hornbill Season 2 with our host, Esports Association of Nagaland, and our sponsors, Government of Nagaland, Nagaland Doors, Department of Youth Resources and Sports Nagaland, Imprint, the creative workshop. My name is Aura. With me on desk, we have Raider Slays. Raider, we have witnessed two amazing matches of BGMI, and we will be moving on towards the third game for day number 2 of Grand Finals. But before that, we have to witness the MVP of the last game.
That guy is going to be Team Someone Dreams Dizzy. He was absolutely amazing. So, yeah, so far, 5 good finishes in this particular match. He was able to dish out 733 amount of damage onto his opponents. So, could have got 7 good finishes, but eventually there were some knockouts that were not being able to convert in the finishes. But apart from all the other things, let's talk about the team who has taken the winner chicken dinner, a team known as ATDC Esports, with number of finishes being 8 and total points from this particular match is 18. ATDC spotters that particular guy with the grenades, with the sprays. He was absolutely on point. Apart from that, Virus also dished out a good amount of damage. Finished contribution for him is 37.50 for the team. 3 good finishes from his corner as well.
Yeah, absolutely. ATDC played superbly, but these 18 points, how much have they climbed up is the question. When the overall standings comes in, we will know about the fact that because another team would be interested to look at. See, this is what I was talking about. It is of course TSN. They have closed down on that buffer. It's only up to 4 points now between them and Autobots. SEG didn't get much because they were also eliminated early. They only got 4. So the point says to be 58, but BANZAI is put out 52. ATDC have climbed up towards the 5th spot with 50 points. With only 8 points difference between them and SEG. So a lot of things can happen. And also TBW, we would not want to count them out as well because they are also sitting on 48 and WHO with 41. So with 2 games there, you would want to eye on to that third or the second spot.
I would like to wait and watch and see how Team TSN is going to perform in the next 2 matches, honestly, because at this point, Autobots, they are at a very risky spot. SEG, they have dropped quite a bit. They have secured, I believe, if I'm not wrong, just 4 more points from the previous match to
Correct.
this one. So that's again a bit of a problem. Banzai, they were able to get just 3 more points. To being a team who could have taken down Autobots Esports, to being a team who are fighting for the podium itself, now that's a bit
Correct.
of a problem for Banzai Esports. ATDC, they have taken a serious leap in their own performance. But again, if you talk about ATDC claiming the top spot, they have to have a 24-pointer whenever the chicken dinner. Autobots has to go super early, TSN has to go super early. Now, all those permutation combinations might not work in your favor. For TSN, it's an open opportunity. They have got a very good spot to claim this victory, to be the champions of this amazing IP. I think there's a good chance that they might actually take the top spot in the next match.
Absolutely. I mean, there are few more teams. As I said, for some they have a chance to, of course, win the championship, but also eyeing for the podium finish. But for some teams, they're playing for their pride. For a team like Someone Stream or a team like 4 Eggs Lots, right? I mean, we loved the way they played in the last game. So they had 17 points right now. 17 points is not the question. The question is the kind of game they showcased in the last map. They challenged Autobots, the table toppers. They won that fight pretty comfortably. They challenged Zero Fear Esports. They won that as well. I think they almost got 7 to 8 eliminations from one game. So yeah. So this team has shown potential. So a lot of doubts were raised yesterday. So those questions are not answered completely, but they have showcased that they have potential, and if they improve on them, they can come back to be a pretty dominating team or can win tournaments as well.
I was just right here calculating all the stats at this moment, and it feels like that Autobots, the way they have struggled of late in the last 2 games, is not looking good. Now, their average has dropped quite a bit. If you talk
Yeah.
about the first 5 games, their average was looking decent. They were playing above average games, and just 5 matches, they were able to secure 66 points. Their average was more than 10, 11 points. That was
Mm,
superb. But lately, in these 7 games that have been over, their average has dropped drastically, and that in
correct.
itself is a big problem for them. On the other corner, if you see TSN, they have gained the average of 10 points, where they were struggling at around 5 to 6 points per game type of average. On day number 1, they have absolutely doubled it, and which in itself is going to bring a lot of trouble on the sides of AUTOBOTZ Esports. I'm looking forward to see how far they're going to go, because AUTOBOTZ has got that experience. They have players like Ralphie available, they have players like Arib available, they have a Lobster, the guy who can possibly the MVP of
Yeah.
the entire tournament. So I'm looking forward to see how AUTOBOTZ is going to build their own game. But it's a open opportunity for sides of TSN, so I'm rooting for them. I'm rooting for them that maybe if they try to play again consistently, be a little bit passive with their approach, they might actually secure some good spots. And that's why our flag captains for this particular match is going to be TSN Bambi. We have a very interesting flight path coming through, starting from the south, not just south, but I would say central western side of the particular map, from where we get to see Primorsk. Then there is Query, then there's Ferry Pier, going all the way towards Nova Ripno and Milta Power regions like that. So all the teams who were trying to go to 70, for example, Metal Wings, we have seen them dropping quite
Mhm.
often in 70 region. We've seen
Correct.
all boss jumping in the Georgiapol region. They'll have a tough time.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, for a lot of teams trying to contest the extreme northern parts of Erangel, it's going to be difficult for them. But we see a lot of cluster of teams, jumping in from the flight already from the region of Ferry Pair. Now they will hover around. Some are going towards hospital, maybe Georgia Pole. We might see some fights for vehicles there, because there are going to be teams who are going towards those roads, to get some vehicle and then maybe move in towards your preferred drop spot. Let's see how things pan out over there. I'm interested to see where the circle forms. If the circle is a military circle, then again there's going to be a good chance. Oh no, it's a complete opposite circle. Nobody is going to be in contention right now. Yaslaya Poliana being the center at this very moment. This is something interesting to watch for teams, where military base is now clustered with three teams with ATDC, WHO, and I feel there's another one called BANZAI Esports, who still are in contention with 52 points, Raider.
Yeah, they're in contention, but I believe for them, these fights are not really going good. Autobots seems like that they will be reaching out to the hospital region, and it should be a calm completion game for them. TSN, look at them going to Nova Ripnoi. They have a very good opportunity, but look at the circle. You talked about this, and I'm once again going to reiterate at the point that massive rotations are going to be there. Even in the previous matchup, we got to see 4,000 meters of rotations coming through. So once again, bit of a problem for a lot of teams, but that Pochinki region is completely flooded with a lot of teams, and we get to see a lot of fights happening out here. Are you?
Yeah.
Kosti has been taken down. Retaliation from the sides of Team TFK is coming through. Kosti has been finished. Hitman, he's low. He has been tagged. And that early in a fight, you do not have good vest, good helmet. Although, I'm happy to see that they have the weapons. AUG, that too with around 222 bullets available. That's good. I mean, such a good loot that early.
Correct, and I think Pochinki has served pretty good at this point of time for TFK. But TFK, another team who showed potential yesterday, didn't have a good start in the last two games. Would definitely want to win this fight, which they have started again and not being prepared, being brewed over here. Hitman in a spot of bother. There's going to be a challenge coming in both angles. He gets one. Can he get the second one over here? No. With that, Rising Underdogs gets eliminated, and being the first team eliminated in this lobby. There's another fight that can happen between SEG and OSMOSIS Esports. We have seen this one earlier, but this is Milta region. These guys need to be pretty accurate with these movements, because this is not the most accurate of roads or the accurate of pathways to give your rotations. Oh no, Muffin has already been taken out, and I think there's no way he can be revived over there.
I don't think so. It's going to be that easy, man. SEG, build up your game, buckle up at this point, because last two matches are due. In these last two matches, they have to get a massive job done and dusted. But Dizzy on the other corner, he will be the player who has got that spotlight on him. 5 good finishes in the previous matchup and a damage of 733, as we talked about him being the player who is the match MVP. He's phenomenal. Of course, in some matches we have seen him doing magical stuff, but then again, that consistency is where I believe lately TSN is working quite a bit. They're trying to actually play pre-conceptualized game, where they have decided that we are going to play super slow in the earlier stages of the circle, and then whenever the fights are getting provoked, we are going to try to keep the boundaries safe, do not push in, but eventually make sure that everyone who is pushing in will get retaliated from our corner. That's the plan of action that we have seen so far from the sides of Team TSN. It has worked out, but lately, SEG, They have been struggling. Grant, I believe, once again is receiving a lot of damage on him. Flick, he's there in the safer corners. Chaser is still out there in the vehicle trying to rotate. Let's see if they're going to face another loss or will they be successful in their rotation.
Yeah, absolutely. See, Raider, I heard from Necros yesterday when he was there with me on the desk. He said that Flick is an experienced campaigner. Flick
Mhm.
was in a team called RIP Mizo. Then he was also in True Ripper, so he did manage to get a chance to share the same organization. And he said these guys are a very good player. These guys are very good, and the way they have seen them performing, they've shown potential, but there are a lot of work to do for these kind of players because they're not able to execute their plans or not able to win those 4v4 aim duels because the teams who we have witnessed except for Autobots have been on a much more passive side. The holding game has been their strength. Making those moves, making plays have not been their strengths, which we have witnessed. That is something these guys need to change because see, sometimes it's good that things are not happening, but I think most of the time, if you are looking at big tournaments or tournaments at big scale, I think opportunities are needed to be created. So you need to be those early movers. Let's see if these changes come in after the event is done with because there should be a team discussion where improvements will be looked at. We will know about that. But Autobots definitely still in contention with 74 points. But I think Arib knows where Columbus is, and Metal Wings can be a problem for them.
I'd like to wait and watch if Metal Wings is going to push in. At this point, they have actually secured a very safe spot of the 7th region, and we have seen Metal Wings being a team who does not like to really push in. It's Autobots on the other contrary side who loves to be aggressive at this moment. But for now, as they do know that there is a very big target set on their back, and they're just 4 points up with regards to their lead, they will like to play a calm and complacent game, and we can clearly see in their own stance that they are just holding their own breaths, trying to analyze from which locations the other opponents could be coming in. So this is a very good approach from the sides of Team Autobots. Arib, Nora, Nomi, and eventually Lobster. These are the four men who are still standing tall for the sides of Team Autobots. Just like the previous matchup, if similar things are bound to happen for Autobots that they go down super early, TSN will have an open opportunity. But I think this one, in this particular match, Autobots are also going to play as super safe. They're going to play relatively calm as compared to the previous two matches. So that should be the approach. Wrangle is a map where you find that default and difficult type of approach coming through because for every single team, it's like the default map that you have started your competitive career in. So you know every nook and cranny, you know every single rotational path, you know every single compound where you can hold off for a good fight. That gives you an edge and at the same point puts you in a spot as well.
Yep, absolutely. GS Nora and all the other four players, specifically if we talk about Lobster, we have mentioned that he has been the player who has cut off a lot of work for Autobots. We saw like out of these 74 points, they have like almost 50 plus eliminations, which just showcases their dominance. And just also showcases on the other hand that Raider, they have not been consistent with the survival game. They have been the one to dominate on the finish front or the elimination front. They showcase that they are an aggressive team, but they also were known for that, right? We have seen them on multiple LAN occasions. We have seen them on big tournaments where they have performed well. So this is a place where they came in with a name, and of course they were the favorites, and they are the favorites still to win this Hornbill Esports Championship season 2. But if somehow that doesn't happen, that shatter their confidence is the question because still it's not confirmed. We are left out with two games. This is the second game, which is second last game, which is already up and going. Let's see. I'm just maybe overthinking the situation right now.
I would still like to figure out how the things for Team BANZAI Esports is going down at this moment. If you see, again, their gameplay looks similar to what they have done in the first two matches, being passive, coming into the circle a little late. But whenever they come into the circle, the control of the edges, or should I say, the demand of having a compound, that's exactly where they are just getting shut down every now and then. But Osmosis Esports Dawn, me turns out to be the guy who is going to open up this time. Usually in the last two matches, I've seen him just being the sole survivor for the team. Every now and then he turns down to be the back lines of the team, but this time he's the front line attack. He has spotted one, and I believe that frag on Boggy will be getting confirmed for AE Esports. In the last two games, they have been phenomenal. Lately, that struggle is coming through. Now Dawn is actually stuck in an open vehicle. Trying to get in the vehicle, trying to escape from that open area. It's not going to be easy for Dawn to move out of this equation, but even for AE, committing, going in an open spot could be a problem. Now Bgmi is already out there with the vehicle. Look at him building up the flank for the team. Let's see if he's going to be successful.
4XLs. It looks like a 4XL Exilot 2.0 version, which we are witnessing today. Of course, they lost Bogey in the intent of taking fight, but Osmom Esports are in a trouble. Not the comfort they wanted, Osmom Esports, which of course has been the problem for them. They have not stepped out of that comfort zone, right, Raider, because of which the situation showcases the points. They are only stuck with 12 points. There are some bold moves you need to take. There are some hard decisions needed to be taken inside the game, inside those crucial moments where the difference can be made. Let's see if that can happen, because BANZAI Esports have decided now that we have to take fights, and this is how they're going to take it. They have started with WHO, and where is this happening is the question right now, because BANZAI Esports would want to finish this up, but Dennis wanting to take revenge. There's a guy stuck right now in his corner, but he's not also in the most comfortable spot. He also gets taken out over there, but WHO players are also retaliating here at the moment. So this looks a fight. Who can, we have seen BANZAI Esports in the past, right? In the last game, you can explain it better, Raider.
I mean, to be honest, back and forth, the chase is going through, but right now in an open spot, we get to see Thoi trying to find out that opening. I would like to see what Osmo is going to do. There's some good sprays going in. Both the sides have actually taken down two of the players from the opponent's perspective. But this is such an open spot where a third party could be coming in very soon. His phase 2 already brewing up. And now the Thoi has got a very good angle. With the grenades, he's going to find that opening probably. Let's see if that nade is going to be precise enough to take down the opening. Oh my god, look at that. The frag that was knocked out is going to get confirmed. But at WHO Esports, they're also on the back lines, receiving a lot of damage from the opponents, from the play zone as well. So the damage of the Brutix is definitely coming in. But here, Thoi has a very vital role. He wants to reset his own teammate. That revival is going to be very, very important. They are fighting a battle of 2v2 at this point. But if this guy gets back into the play, gets back into the charts, then again the fight is going to be escalated as a 2v2 fight. The damages with the sprays, Furum, the Eichel, the man, the captain himself is trying to take the charge with the assaulting skills. But for team BANZAI Esports, I don't think so. They should be concerned with this fight. Yes, whatever happened. Now you should be concerned regarding the play zone, regarding the winner chicken dinner. Then only your top spot is going to come through. For WHO Esports, they are playing with fire. They could be burnt at any moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And also the reputation BANZAI holds after the last game, right? If you remember, Raider, they went through a pretty anticlimactic situation, but look at Lems, he's literally struggling. Thoi, he has not let these players out of his sights, but now finally a moment of breather for BANZAI Esports, but fights are not stopped yet. I saw SEG fighting 4XLots, and 4XLots, as I said, this is a 2.0 version of this team. They have the circle, they have the compounds, they have mansion area, where we seem that the circle might end, but knowing Erangel, things can change any moment. We will know when the clock hits another time and it's time for stage number 4. But till then, this team has the positioning. TBW on the other end, they also have a good positioning. I think they're controlling the stunt house area. Let's see if they can control WHO's movement or Team ZG's movement from there.
Rotations are definitely going to be a very important aspect of this particular game because, for a moment we thought that maybe the circle is going to go up north on Salba region, but it has taken a very drastic shift, as usually the third stage play zone is where these drastic shifts are bound to happen. And due to that, a lot of teams are going to find themselves in a very wide open spot or maybe in a tricky spot. So I'm looking forward to see how good of a value quite a few teams are going to build. But still, my concern is mainly with regards to one and only team Autobots. What are they going to do? How are they going to perform? Now, that in itself is a very big opportunity that these teams are trying to find.
Absolutely. For Exilords, constantly, looking for those opportunities, hunching. I think, I'm going to put this out there that why was this approach not there yesterday? What were you waiting for? If you could do it now, sometimes players are or teams are a little feared about the fact that they might get eliminated. What will happen if we are into this fight? But I feel sometimes it's good to just execute and just not overthink, because from those situations you learn a lot. For lights of Salai Esports, right from yesterday's first game, except for that, there has been no such moments to be proud of Salai. So Salai, oh no, see, I mean, by the time I was talking about them, Kenzo gets knocked out over here. He would want to get revived really quickly. Oh no, there's a slam in coming in, and this is not looking good for them, Raider now.
Yet another fight where Team Salai Esports could actually go on the back foot, but they are retaliating. Astro finds one on TFK. One of the grenade comes through. There you go. Kenzai has been taken down. Levin has been taken down. Salai Esports, for them, things are not working out. Astro becomes the last man standing. TFK, all of a sudden, they have taken the charge, and this seems like that Astro's last breath could be taken down any moment, as 3 of their players have already been decimated. Team Salai Esports, they're just counting backwards at this point. The numbers are falling short. The grenades, the utilities, the shotgun action is coming through. He wants to finish off the guy who has been knocked out. No, Astro, oh my god, good reflexes from his squad. Alpha Boy goes down, he takes another one. It's a 1v3 by Astro to reward back the rampage that has come through.
Wow.
Utter retaliation from this guy's side. And now the last man standing from TFK is also pushing in. He's also super duper low. Astro is cooking off a grenade. He has no information. Sharky could be taken down. He is actually at a very bad spot, getting decimated from AUTOBOTZ from the outskirts. And then these shots being pelted away on his face. Oh my god, what is he going to do? What was that? A reload? But the scene's being changed. Astro still trying to find out the angle, but from the other side he's also getting pelted. It's AUTOBOTZ, it's Metal Wings who are shooting down. But Sharky has been taken down. Look at that. The finish comes through for Metal Wings. And that's a survival point for the other guy.
Yeah. I mean, Raider, by the time I made the statement that there's nothing to be proud for Salai Esports, there comes a moment from a member who says, okay, I'll give you one. And this 1v3 moment, he almost messed up. He could have gotten that 4th one as well, but that reload and those shots being missed, because of course the fight was happening inside the smoke. But that's okay. Things are under control for them. They are still surviving, Salai Esports. But on the other end, this is SVG, YT, wanting to make a move on TSN. They would not want to lose out on this opportunity now. Mikami gets a knock onto Alu Boy. They can make a move. This fight is happening on the corners, on the tail end of Mansion right now. The circle is there, but not there, because you see, this 40 seconds will decide that the 5th stage will come to their path or not. The movement forward is gonna be a little difficult. SEG flick creates problem for Exilords because their player has been taken out. So a multi-way fight has started in Mansion. One more player gets taken out. This is not going to be easy for TSN to be dealing with. See? Oh no, TSN in a spot of bother. How will TSN deal with this? Because SEGs are charging on.
But that grenade is super close. That grenade was super close. The player who just got the revival is out, and TSN is done! This match was super important for them. AUTOBOTZ is still surviving. They're still building the lead, but TSN as a team has been decimated. All thanks to SEG. And on the other corner, SEG is yet another team who was trying to claim the top spot, will retaliate, take down TSN, build their own opportunity. ATDC has pushed in the previous matchup. Winner chicken taking team is right here, claiming that they can be the better one out here. But is it going to be the case for AE? Biladin has been taken down one. Oh, another brilliant grenade by Grant. With this grenade, Thunder has been taken down. ATDC on the back foot. It seems like that similar storyline is being written, but AUTOBOTZ, what will they do? Are they good enough to take down OSMOSIS? Yes, they are, as they have taken two of their players down. The third one is on the verge of getting decimated. Yeah, there you go. Paradox also goes down. Last man standing, Nasty Boy. He's down to the last thin wire. Oh my god, there you go. Team AUTOBOTZ just building on the number. And OSMOSIS, who were looking eager enough to take down these lads, are out. Brilliant start for AUTOBOTZ, and it seems like that AUTOBOTZ are now going to just emphasize on building their lead up against teams like Team TSN and of course SEG.
Absolutely. Just when we think that this tournament is getting predictable, there comes a team who throws a Hail Mary called SEG, who's just turning things on their head, and they have taken down one of their contenders. They are also challenging ATDC, who are also in contention. They got the winner chicken dinner in the last game, where I think they converted some good amount of points, because of which they have got closing down to 50 points. But ATDC is in a spot of bother. How will they counter this situation? And SEG Grant, it was a wrangle. It was day number 1. It was the first game yesterday where he was the MVP. Since then, he has been silent, and now he is fighting for that spot and fighting at the correct time. This is the moment which can create a difference for SEG Grant or SEG as a team. Let's see how this situation of this moment turns out for them. But AUTOBOTZ are not inside the circle. They need to go. They need to make a move. How will they do it is the question. Flick Whitey, he has closed down onto ATDC. Grenade. Will it create a problem? Not yet. He's fighting it solo. He needs backup. From his team. There's 3 players surviving from the window, trying to take some shots. Not being connected at the moment. There's nade being cooked. Flick's position is compromised at this point of time. He's surviving. Where's his team? Where is SEG's other teammates who needs to give him a support a little bit? Flick sits on the car. He tries to fall back. Oh my god, it's all happening inside this map, inside this playing area. Now he has to go and push in towards that rage. Now from the back lines, there are going to be a lot of teams who are going to cause problems. There's ATDC, there's SEG, and see, look at him. The hovercraft slams onto his car. What will he do? He gets taken down. Radar. This is a moment I think SEG has messed up big time.
Oh yeah, they decided that they're going to push into the circle, but then again ATDC with that hovercraft have turned the tables against them. AUTOBOTZ Arib on the other corner is not willing to shut down, but Metal Wings Colombo will take down Arib. SEG down to the last thin wire, last 2 players still surviving in the battle. They're trying to build up an angle, but it's just not looking that easy for them. But ATDC on the other corner, Thunder. Let's see if he's going to roar or he's going to get taken down. He goes down. This is a brilliant head start once again, but Grant! He has to get this finish. Oh my god, let's see if he's going to get it. Grenades are being cooked off at this point. Neutrals are being tossed in. But Grant will not survive. He gets pelted with the bullets. Now on the other corner, Chaser becomes the last man. We have Zero Fear. We have some other teams like TBW. In between them, we have Team SCG, and that's another reset for ATDC. Circle is just getting further and further from them. SCG is about to go out. No way. This is not looking good. TBW Esports. That guy has no clue. That guy has no idea. Yeah, exactly. But under reflex, Chaser will again get damaged. That's free of getting those finishes. Team SCG is just overextending their boundaries quite a bit, and now those grenades that are coming in from TBW will be a problem. But that spray from Zero Fear Esports, Nirvana will get that Nirvana for Team SCG, and they are done. AUTOBOTZ, are they still surviving? Oh no, they are not.
Yeah, AUTOBOTZ also has been eliminated. The floodgates have completely opened. But who are the teams who can still make it? ATDC is one of them. TBW is one of them. They can convert this game into a winner chicken dinner where things can turn on their head. Someone's teams are shot at. WHO is also trying their level best with 5 eliminations on their corner. Toy, can he bring more? Oh, he gets one more knock. TBW we're talking about. And Daula has been taken out. Nirvana for Zero Fear Esports has also been eliminated. 4 Exilons. What has happened to them? This team suddenly has a rebirth, and they are causing problems for a lot of teams in the lobby.
That's good. I mean, they are finding their own momentum. Maybe they're not going to be the champions, but they are definitely putting up a lot of stops on the opponents. ATDC on the other corner is fighting back. TBW, they are having their own tough time. WHO, let's see what he's going to do. Puts up a good amount of spray. Captino with that hovercraft is going to push in ATDCs. That is it for them. The entire team has been decimated with the grenades, with the sprays coming in. WHO's Fear Magial will connect the dots. Boss goes down, Spot goes out with that grenade. Everything for ATDC is now null and void, but Team Someone Dreams, someone stop them. I do believe this is their chicken dinner. There is no one who can stop them at this point. Captino, the last man standing, what is he trying to do? He has
Oh
been
no!
spotted. He's
Oh
just trying to
no!
jiggle with the angles, and there you go with that drive through by that Lamborghini. There's that winner chicken that someone's dream was dreaming about, and they will get that winner chicken. A phenomenal one to be precise. They played super slow initially, and when that ultimate chaos was going on. Someone dreams was dreaming of their own whenever Chakana. They were holding the angles of Yasnaya. They post drain at the right moment. They got the values at the right moment. And with this whenever Chakana, again, a lot of things are to be shaken. But I believe Voro Autobots, this match was very important for them and they
True.
delivered 8 finishes once again for Autobots, just like the
Yeah.
previous angle that we got to see today is going to push them up north in the leaderboard with 82 points on the board right now. I think Autobots are going to have their own fun run. But for the other side, TSN, they came super close, but again, they faltered down. It all trickles down to the last match now.
I mean, it has all boiled down to the last game now in the Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2. We will know who will be the champion season 2 after that pans down. But with things there straight and clear now that you have to win big, Autobots have managed to somehow crawl up again as they have done all the way through from the number one and the first game. They have showcased the potential. Just to mention that we started with 256 teams. From there came these top 16 towards that land in a city called Kohima in Nagaland, where Indira Gandhi Stadium is filled with localites and just enjoying the BGMI action. I mean, it's so good to see tournaments like this happening, and I think because of which it's big kudos to the Esports Association of Nagaland, because of whom this event was possible. And I think tournaments like this and moments like this, lands like this, just helps the ecosystem a lot, Raider.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that local talent is now getting a podium, getting a place to perform, to outshine, to furnish their own skills so that they can actually, at the end, fulfill their dreams of performing at a bigger scale when it comes to the Indian gaming community. And I believe, if I'm not wrong, the official tournaments are also on the way.
Yeah,
The very start of the next year is going to bring in such a big tournament for these rising stars, and that's exactly where they can shine as a roster. But in this particular match, the MVP is going to be Alpha Boy from Team TFK with 4 good finishes and the damage of 769. He did an absolutely amazing job of decimating the hopes of the opponents.
definitely. I mean, TFK Alpha Boy, he did manage to put up some good damage as well, and the impact always an MVP creates on the game. Though, I mean, of course, the way things ended is also something to look at, because someone's dream is the one who got the chicken dinner, not TFK. So a player who gets the MVP becomes double the happiness becomes double when you win the game also, but that didn't happen. So a tad bit sadness over there, but this team wouldn't be sad. They have total of 8 finishes, and look, it goes, he had 2, DC got 2 as well, and Karan and Ice Cream just contributed to that number 8. Now at this point of time, the situation says that someone's dream have also climbed up to a certain level, then overall standings would definitely reveal.
Yeah, definitely. I have to see what overall standing has to tell, because someone dreams this significant winner chicken that they have got is obviously going to push them quite a bit. Just like the way ATDC was able to get that push after securing the second match of today. The Miramar action that was in their favor was phenomenal. But of course, now let's boil down to the overall standing. 82 points. That's exactly where Autobots is going to sit. TSN, it feels like that TSN never really was there in the action of their angle, because they just went out with 0 points. That's not good for them. ATDC, they have taken a massive jump, of course, but someone dreams. Look at them. They were stuck on the second page with around 20, 30 points on their banner. But with this winner, Chickener, someone dreams is also up there in the contention. But in the last match, if they secure a 25-pointer winner, Chickener, they might get the podium spot. Otherwise, I believe for them to get the podium is going to be a bit of a challenge. But with this performance, they have actually put up a question mark on TSN's #1, on SCG's #1, ATDC. They are fighting back in a good manner. Absolutely amazing game so far. But lately, we have seen Metal Wings getting faltered. We have seen Salai Esports not being able to
Yeah.
deliver the way they were supposed to. Or a boss, there was a dip. But now, once again, they are on the incline. Their average is again getting improved. In 8 matches that they have played so far, they have an average of around 10 plus points in their favor, which is good, I would say. It's a significant job that they have pulled off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is something it's going to be interesting to now look at, because as I said, now boiled down to the last game, which is of course going to take place at some moment, and that is going to be Myanmar. Right, the last game is going to be really, really interesting to look at now, Raider. Whenever that happens, because I think there is some news that we would want to definitely share. We will take a short little breather before we, start the last game. So there is time for these teams, to reset and discuss that how can we take down a team like Autobots, and how can we, upset them, because we have already seen a moment. There was a moment in Myanmar, the first Myanmar today, what we saw, that Autobots were challenged by 4 Exalots, and something has happened to that team, and they challenged them head on, and they eliminated them with 0 points. So now, if something like that happened again, and if the floodgates are open, then the teams like TSN, the SEG, BANZAIs can, of course, come in and swing right in.
I completely agree with you. I mean, one good match is left, and in this particular matchup, I believe Autobots have already struggled. Their Miramar was not that good enough. 4E pushed in, and eventually they were able to shut them down pretty early, pretty eagerly. So, if similar things have to follow up, and a whenever a chicken from TSN comes through, because their last Miramar that they played was phenomenal, they were again outmaneuvering quite a bit. So, all of that can be a bit of a problem.
Yeah. I think it's time. I think we will be jumping on to a short little breather. After that, we will be back at 3:20, if I'm not wrong. So you guys, tune in. When we'll be live with the last game, and you will have to come back, because you would want to know who is going to be the champion of Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2.
Of course, having
ladies and gentlemen, we are back again. We are left out with the last two games of Battleground Mobile India. You guys are watching Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2, presented by Esports Association of Nagaland. My name is Aura. With me has been joined by Necros again. Necros, welcome back. For a short delay, you weren't there, but how are you? First of all, tell me that.
Oh, I'm completely jam-packed, and by seeing how the points table is looking like right now, I'm really pumped up to see what actually lies ahead in the next two upcoming matches of this entire Grand Finals. Because so far, Autobots, they have been excelling to their fullest, and I mean they have geared up completely. The machine is feeling the heat, and it feels like there is nobody who can take them down except for a couple of teams. Those are just tailing behind them. But the main question is that the kind of 12 points lead that right now Autobots has for themselves, can they maintain it for the next two matches? Or if they fall apart in the next match, this can be a tight situation because TSN, they're also looking really good out there.
Absolutely. I think alongside Autobots, TSN, and BANZAI, SEG, all these teams are in contention, but Autobots and TSN are going to go up straight head to head. Nicholas, I'll just give you a storyline that, in the third game, which was the first, actually the second game for day two, which is the first Myanmar for today, there's a head on fight which 4Exalot took against Autobots, and they got eliminated with 0 points. And if something like that happens in these last two games, you can suddenly see things changing, and if that happens, that could be really really big. But here you go, the fourth match, Miramar, is right up in front of your screens. Let's see who's gonna come out swinging in this game, Necros.
It is going to be an important game, Kohima. This is going to be the second last game of this entire Grand Finals, and once again we kickstart with the golden map of Miramar. This is a flight path starting from the north of La Cobreria, ending in down south of Minas del Valle towards Partona. This is going to be an interesting Miramar. Always the last Miramar gives us something extraordinary to cherish and remember. But now it is time to see which team will go forward and keep their heads up high in this competition. Autobots, they have 82 total points on the board with 62 LMs, and then TSN coming into the picture with a total of 70 points with 44 LMs in their name. Not much difference. 12 points is what TSN gonna need to equalize with Autobots, but for them to beat Autobots, they have to go for some early contentions or just pray to God that Autobots, they take an early exit in the map of Miramar.
Absolutely. For that to happen, I think there should be some clashes happening real soon. But I think Necros, the course of these two games, last two games specifically, the this one and the next one coming up, the pace is going to be a little bit different than yesterday, and also from the course or how we started today as well. So the circle is going to distinguish a lot of differences, and already see a lot of teams hovering around this area. I can already see this is BANZAI Esports. They are going to get challenged by WHO. And already has started. He gets in UMP, tries to take some shots, but with an UMP, a little ambitious in that range, right? Because we know how the bullet drop is.
Exactly. It sometimes is a little bit annoying, but it's okay. I mean, for initial weapons and for initial fights, you do get to see some sort of actions, and oh my god, this is already bringing up TBW. Osmosis and TBW, they have had their own fair shares of their game in the map of Miramar. Every time they've collided, there's going to be some of big setback to Osmosis, but I mean, they're already way too down out there in the overall ranking, so it kind of doesn't bother them much. But to end the tournament on a good note is what I really thought that Osmosis will be looking forward in, at least in the final two games, because you've got enough amount of break before these matches, and now I really kind of thought that you will get the reset for Osmosis, at least do something better in the last final two games and grab some decent points, maybe finish in the middle rankings in the overall standings, but it is not the very similar story as what I expected.
Absolutely. The way things have started today, we thought that Autobots are just going to run with things because it started off pretty well. Those 8 pointers, 9 pointers are pretty comfortably gaining those elimination points, because of which I think they have been given the tag that they have been the most aggressive team in this lobby. But look at this, Areeb getting taken out. Not good sign. Someone's dream are destroying Autobot's dream currently, and Areeb is in a big spot of bother, Necros.
Exactly right. Now this is going to be interesting to see how things are going to turn around. Areeb being compromised, one of the key players for AUTOBOTZ Esports, not a great sign because they are looking forward for the championship. They are just some few steps away to, lift the trophy, get the bragging rights. They can't afford to fumble at this situation, but Areeb being taken down and out, this is going to give a big dent over the side of AUTOBOTZ Esports in the very game of Miramar. But also, the quick decision making of just fleeing away from the spot of Minaj Generalaz is just a wise choice in my opinion, because now one thing Autobots needs to figure out, you've done enough job. You've got a 12-point lead for yourself in the overall rankings. What you need is to be consistent with your performance. And when you want to become consistent, you have to play it safe, sound, and in a composed manner, not to make any mistakes in the final two games, which might cost you your championship title.
Absolutely, and teams like WHO and Metal Wing, SALAI Esports, and there are a lot more names to be taken right now across. These guys are just waiting. They know the fact that they can't, win this Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2, but they can definitely hamper the course of the result. It can be Autobots, it can be BANZAI, it can be TSN, it can be anybody who's closer to that mark where Autobots is sitting, because the differences are not too big. And that just showcases the competition all the teams have provided, and I was super happy to see 4Exilot playing in a different way, in a different manner, where they were showcasing and putting up more efforts and intent to ensure that they wanted to fight.
There's been a lot of exceptional players from every other team out there. Really can't say like how Zero Fear Esports, they've also made some comeback performances. TSN, just imagine, they were around the top 5 by yesterday, and now today they're sitting in the second spot competing for the championship. 12 points away from AUTOBOTZ Esports, not way too much far, as every time we're talking about a TSN, they have the potential. There's nothing what we call is impossible in the game of Bgmi. Just imagine TSN pulling off a 20-pointer game in this map of Miramar. Things can go really dicey for AUTOBOTZ if they fall apart, if they crumble down in this very match, because they've already lost Areeb. They're left with 3 more players. If they even play a little bit steady and in a composed way, not to involve themselves in any early fights. But mishaps always happen. So you have to be prepared for that.
I mean, the thing is, Necros, I feel that they shouldn't change anything right now. If they are looking to change things up and suddenly they start doing things which are not or does not come to them naturally, can just hamper the result as well, because something which you are not comfortable with, specifically in these kind of situations, can be a big problem for you as a team. So yeah, they should look for fights, they should look for those elimination points which they're good at, right? And we said that yesterday, that when we started the championship season 2, that they are the favorites, and they're still the favorites. They have a chance to win this, but it's not confirmed yet until the last matches go off. But at this point of time, again, there is a slow and a lull period which we usually see in Miramar, where teams are just waiting for the rampages to start, and we have like 5 seconds left on the clock before we see the stage 2 starting up.
Interesting things gonna come up very soon. Stage number 2 is here. Circle still completely capitalizing on the central part of the map around the areas of Power Grid, Graveyard. You see a lot of teams out there down south. Zero Fear Esports tanking the damage of the blue zone out there. In the eastern side, you've got Autobots completely out of the fray around the areas of Truck Stop, completing their decent, like, basic loots, which is quite essential for the long run, because Circle is not way too far away. They're also on the slower end of the circle, so it won't be bothering them much. They can take as much time as they want around the areas of Truck Stop. Rising Underdogs up north in the areas of Cruz del Valle, trying to rotate down south. The Hacienda area is kind of completely vacant, which is a plus point for them to grab some good spots. But in the meantime, the northwestern part of Lost Journeys doesn't look that quiet because there are so many rotations happening and there are already shots being fired across the streets.
Salai, Salai is just holding Hacienda right now, and they have been a team, who couldn't execute a lot of situations, which was a little disappointing on their part. Necros, specifically, knowing the fact that they had the potential, where they can be a lot better team than what shows in the scoreboard or the overall standings right now. So yeah, Salai Esports would definitely would want to change things up coming in or going on to in the future. We will wait for that to unveil. But at this point of time, they are looking to rotate and rotating towards a better spot because they are inside the circle. Not a problem there, Necros.
Yeah, that's not going to be a big problem that would be bothering them much. But the next thing that comes in my mind is going to be SEG. I mean, I really want to see how they're going to perform in the final two games, setting in 65 points, not something where they were expecting after having such a tremendous start. Just imagine, out of 65 points, 27 points is what they had bagged up in the very first game. And right now, setting in the second last game, they're standing 65 points on board, up on the hill. They have some good angles on 4x a lot, no doubts about it, but SEG, they've crumbled down in many matches, which has costed them the points which were really crucial for them in order to win the championship. At one point, I really thought that SEG, they will be one of the most prime contenders to win this tournament alongside AUTOBOTZ Esports. I mean, they're still in that race, nothing's taken away, but it seems a little tough right here.
Yep, true. ATDC on the other end. They did manage to, Necros put up some points today, and we were pretty happy with their performance, and they were in contention for some time. I still want to believe they still are because ATDC is also a team to watch out for in these last two matches because they can, shift gears when they want to, and would specifically want to see them do well. But at this point of time, you were talking about SEG, right? And they are into a fight right now, and 4x are feeling the heat at this point of at this moment. And I think there are three teams fighting. It's ZG going up against SEG and 4x. So where is this three-way fight happening, Necros? At this point, is going to be the main concern.
Interesting. It will be really interesting to see how things are going to turn around. WHO, they are facing the backlashes. ZG, they're giving some really bad hard time to the side of WHO. But TBW also trying to make sure that they get some finishes out of the blue at this moment. Dennis has been compromised. Fairy Loon knocked out. Players are trying to do something. Dippin is the only one and only player surviving from his team side, trying to get some smoke covers up for himself, which aren't going to be that easy to kind of provide him the cover and maybe lend him some time to clutch this fight out because the position is really dicey for Dippin at this moment. WHO barely surviving on their foothills, and probably it's going to be TBW to eradicate them from the map. It's a big flank already being initiated, and they're being wrapped up from two different sides while Dippin is still trying to fight back. One rock cover, the revel has been done though. The healing will be there. But Dippin and the company, they're completely pinned down. There's nothing more that they can do about it. They've been completely wrapped up, but Dippin is still keeps the hope alive. Dola has been taken down. Another player comes into the fray. Sticky is stopped and will be confirmed in a blink of an eye. Some amount of finishes being racked up by WHO. There's fighting back as much as possible as TBW. In a blink of an eye, they're into shambles.
Oh, I mean, what a anti-climax. We thought that WHO were not in a position to win this fight, but certainly Dippin had a different plan. But at this moment, TBW are still surviving because of Dimasa Boy. We remember the moment, but look at BANZAI Esports, Necros. They are here in the vicinity for a third party. And the last man, that toy, he has to survive. How will he survive? Because there's another player over there for TBW. It's Dimasa Boy. He was the main man. Voted a winner in a chicken dinner last night. But can he do it again? He's the last man surviving again. But at this moment, the toy has to go and revive his teammate. The problem is he doesn't have any smokes to deal with, and players are okay, I heard a buggy sound over there, but it was the Masa boy who was wantingly, consciously, he made an effort to escape from this area.
You've got one good opportunity that you need to take and just leave the place as soon as you find as soon as you find an opening. But it seems like, in the meantime, as we were witnessing the fight between WHU and TBW, TSN, they have faced some backlashes. TFK and TSN, they were having a duel among each other, and now it feels like TSN, they might have lost a couple of players out there. Not quite sure about how many players that they have lost, or maybe they've recovered. I could see some knockouts coming in, and now SALAI Esports are also involving themselves in a fight with TFK. So TFK have got 2 finishes, which does mean probably TSN, they might have lost 2 of their crucial players, which is not a great sign for them, but someone's dream against Rising Underdogs. This is going to be an interesting fight around the graveyard area.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone's dream has already converted a winner chicken dinner, Necros. Will make a reminder of that. So they are in confidence. They have the momentum with them. So that's not a concern. They have the numbers also. Rising Underdogs on the other end have not been doing well today in the previous 3 games, which you saw in the first half of the day. So this Scream's position is going to be interesting, but he doesn't have any utilities to flush the positions or the corners. Is going to be a little bit concerning, but he has a DBS. So he needs to take those head-on fights where he can convert those advantages. Ruga Daijil is going to play a crucial role. He has the higher ground, but he can, of course, get a vision of these players, revolving around this compound. Let's see how does Rising Undergods survive this onslaught from someone's dream, which is just going to begin with.
Ghostface, good cooking up with the nades. Now it should just give some splash damage to side of Ghost. Not sure about how is he going to run away from that. It's a battle between the Ghosts. I mean, it's Ghostface versus Ghost up against each other. They want to go for a big rotation. Not quite sure about why did he choose that path. This is not a great sign. The position has been revealed. 1 knock, 2 knock. Ghostface, you freaking monster! At this moment, someone's dream is crushing the dreams of Rising Underdogs, and one after another, they're falling like small pieces of card. Rising Underdogs, they're in a really dicey spot, and once again, Ghostface will make sure that he's getting all the finishes in the world with a beautiful 1v4 he pulled off. He has done a miracle. Ghostface went onto the face to get some finishes, but then least he expected this very, very, I would say, novice move coming from the side of Rising Underdogs at this moment. They wanted to jump off, but they literally jumped off right in front of the crosshairs of Ghostface, giving him all the opportunity in the world to back up all those finishes without even a hinge.
Necros Ghost. I literally had goosebumps for a moment, but that was a complete setup coming in from Rising Undergod's side, and it played well, but until Ghostface unveiled his ghost mode, where he literally was the one who completely finished off and decimated Rising Undergods. Unfortunate for them, they won't have any chance to score any more points in this game. We are left out with 14 teams and 45 players. And this game is just getting interesting because TSN is making a move as well. Because TSN is fighting, and if TSN fights and converts these eliminations into points, Necros, one team will for sure be sweating, and that is AUTOBOTZ Esports.
But the main question, Aura, is that TSN, they're lacking in numbers. This is something that they have to, be really concerned about. If you want to get points, you better be very cheeky and very smart with every move that you're taking right now into the game of Miramar. You don't get second choices. That to win this map as well. 14 teams, 43 players in the contention, but the winner has to be one. And TSN, they are looking forward to at least get closer to the top 3 as much as possible to grab those placement points and also smartly and sneakily grab as many finishes as possible, because those LMs are going to help add some more points in the overall ranking, maybe making it closer to the contention against AUTOBOTZ. Because if TSN fails to grab a lot more points in this match, it's going to be a tough journey for them to recover all those points in the last match and back this championship for their side. So they better be ready, they better be prepared for what's coming next.
This now in another team coming in lucky. That was TFO Esports. They have come down and taken a spot with SALAI Esports. He is in the open. Across the street, there are SALAI Esports players who's trying to help Astro because who's stuck at this point of time alongside TSN. Look at the cluster. I mean, it looks like a rainbow, at this point of time. There's so many teams residing in this small area. If anything happens here, if the circle moves out of this space, all the teams in this spot are going to be in a big danger because they have to take a fight. Otherwise, escaping this route is going to be very, very problematic for all of these teams standing right now, Necros. And we have only 9 seconds left on the clock.
Interesting one to see how things going to turn around. This entire fight happening in the heart of Miramar. Picado is the arena for showdown, and the circle still remains in the compounds. All the teams inside those hard covers will be really happy with it, while the other teams, those who are out in the open, will have a really tough time finding those covered areas, finding those ridges to play along with in the final circle, while all the teams with the hard covers and the hard compounds in their fray will be raining down hellfire. And just as we speak, Alpha Boys Nades makes a connection on Astro. In the meantime, SALAI Esports are facing the consequences, but TSN, they were just much better prepared with this one. Alu Boy, he is the only player surviving as one of the other way. Alex has been knocked out. TFK decided to push. One knockout will buy some time for TSN, but not quite sure about how long, because Helix needs to go heal himself up as quickly as possible. TSN, if they want to stay alive in this competition, they better be looking forward to capitalize this fight as quickly as possible.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that is why Alu Boy has jumped down from the building and repositioning himself. And he's wanting to take the fight, and there you go. There is a knock coming in, but that came in from a different team, the who is causing more problems. And as I said, if one of these teams start the fight, there's going to be other players who's going to have fun, is what is happening right now, Necros. Look at Alu Boy, look at the players. They're wanting to get those elimination points going in. But TSN needs to survive somehow if they want to be in the contention alongside AUTOBOTZ for this Hornbill Esports Championship Season number 2, Necros. This has certainly become a lot more interesting than we thought it would be.
The one thing that is concerning TSN is just they are in that second thoughts of what to do, because once you have the numbers, you have the confidence that yes, we can go in, take the fight, eliminate all the other players. But right now, the one thing that TSN needed the most in this game was keeping all the 4 players alive, and that they haven't been successful in it. But right now, so many teams in the entire vicinity of Picado, so many compounds being completely confined. 4x lot around the ears of the control pump. Now you've also got a lot of teams coming inside. Metal Wings trying to capitalize on players of BANZAI Esports as well as SEG. We're seeing so many fights around the finish feed. But SEG just keeping the focus out in the open, trying to find out those one single solo survival players of BANZAI Esports or any other team, those who are in the open, trying to enter the circle and get the capitalization on.
Necros, the circle has shifted to the southern side, southwestern to be specific, and there's a compound still there inside the circle where 4 Exalots are holding it. Look at the numbers 4 Exalots have. All the members are surviving this area, and I think they can convert this into a big game. You never know, you can convert a chicken in as well. SEG Flick, he gets the pick onto S. Someone's dream are now in a bit spot of bother, but SEG, it's good that the players are getting conversions, but they only have 2 eliminations. They need more than that, and they need to convert this into a big game as well, because they are also in contention. I'm sure they won't be happy with a second or a third position. They are also looking for that first spot, eyeing the first spot. Where is AUTOBOTZ is the question, Necros, because AUTOBOTZ holds the key. AUTOBOTZ are not inside the circle, and 4 Exalots can cause a big problem. And you remember, initially when the fight started, it was 4 Exalots versus AUTOBOTZ, which might have a continuation in the last circle.
It might be, and 4Exalot will look forward to kind of finish things off for AUTOBOTZ Esports. But right now, AUTOBOTZ, they have remained silent. They've been dead silent throughout the match. But Helix, in the meantime, he's been taking down TSN. I don't think they've survived for longer. Dimasa Boy barely survives that Molotov. That is really crucial for him. Couple of smokes to deploy, one more in his fray. 7 total finishes backed up by TBW. In the Makes Metal Wings causing trouble for SCG. Grand V, Flick, Muffin, everybody getting taken down and out, and feels like SCG, they will be confirmed as well. Metal Wings will be having all the finishes in the world, but Nomi, he says, just know where I am standing. As 4X they are facing the backlashes, but Nomi barely survives all the damage. 5 finishes backed up. Autobots still rolling out strong and steady in the map of Miramar.
Exactly, but they still need to go inside the circle. They're still out meters away from that. 3 players surviving. They have the numbers again. They have converted 6 eliminations. The elimination has never been a problem for Autobots. They've always somehow managed to convert 6 to 8 on an average, to be honest. But Lobster, what is he thinking? He has been, the MVP in 4 consecutive games, Necros. He is the superstar for this team and he is needed right now. 4 Exalots, they should not mess up this situation. They've already messed up. They've lost 2 numbers, which is going to cause them a big problem, because if Nora's car is safe, they might plan a slam in, which otherwise, other than that, I don't think there's any solution to Autobots' positioning.
One thing that they can do is just have to slam in directly to the compounds of 4X a lot, but that is really not a great choice at this moment, in my opinion, because once again, you will be exposed to a lot of teams, which is definitely not a great idea for Autobots, because they are in the top 6. They might be in the top 6, but once again, they need more and more points to create the buffer. As TSN, they haven't got so many points from this match of Miramar, which does give an opportunity for Autobots to increase the buffer points for themselves. That can be really problematic. Flick right now, he's healing, waiting for the right moment to strike in. So many players of Metal Wings crossing in front of him right now. Fang finish will be confirmed. Another player right in the broken wall. I'm not quite sure whether he's going to get the finish, but it's going to be the other players coming into the fray. Lobster gets taken down. Autobots down to a single player. Nomi is surviving. He goes for the revival. It's quite important for the medic to be on top-notch form and also get his teammates up. But right now, the main question arises, how long Autobots will survive, because Nomi's HP has been depleted. Shots being fired. Barely survives on a single pick. Celeste with Mikami. He is completely sure that he has the upper hand, but he wants to go in. Both the players in a very low HP. This was the opportunity, but Mikami chose to buy some time for himself, and that is where, my friend, he has made a big error.
Yeah, exactly. He should have gone in. He should have kept his confidence in his sleeves, but he didn't do that. Now it's a 1v2. The player has revived. He has got the time to heal himself as well. The HP is regained, but there can be still problems, because there's another team who still survives. In the broken walls is ZG, and they are looking for opportunity. Mikami, he has to play this smart. He has to wait, but the problem is Autobots knows where Mikami is. He is stuck in this corner. The circle is not the problem for Mikami. He doesn't need to move an inch. The circle is here, and so is for Autobots. The only team in problem is team number 20, which is ZG. They need to move all those 2 players. Needs to make a move now, because only 1 second is left. And how will they start moving is the question, because Mikami needs to go out. If he goes inside this angle, he won't be allowed to take any shots. He has a small room to play with, Necros. It's going to be a lot more concerning if he takes any damage from the circle.
Now, question arises, Mikami wearing the AOT outfit. This is going to be a moment where he has to go all in and take all the risks in the world, while ZG Jokers is just there behind, waiting for this action to commence, for him to pounce on the right moment and maybe snatch away the chicken dinner from the hands of Autobots. But if Autobots walk away with this chicken dinner, I'm quite sure that this tournament will be a done deal, a sealed deal for Autobots without a single doubt. TSN under the contention, taken down and out. SCG just tailing behind, out as well. Nora and Nomi waiting and waiting. You've got a 2-minute buffer time, my friend. Everybody's playing the time. Everybody's waiting for the right moment to strike in, because everybody's aware how important this Miramar is.
I would want to know how many healings all these players have. There would be someone from Autobots who's going to plan the heal battle, and also from ZG, going to do the same thing. But it's going to be Keros. He has already jumped in. He has entered, and he's been allowed not to be taken out as well. So this is This is a very good moment for Team ZG. They have the playing area now. 1 minute 12 seconds left out. What is gonna happen? It's a question. Mikami is still waiting. Everybody wants to play the patient game. Nobody wants to commit. And that is why, Necros, you were correct when you said that this is the most important part and the most important game in the Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2 for Battleground Mobile India. Nobody is making a move. Nobody wants to give any footsteps, but that doesn't matter. The time is the concern. After this 45 seconds gets done with, what is going to happen? What is going to be the first move from Banzai, from Mikami, and also from Kairas?
Playing the time, playing the time. ZG, what's going to be the next move with Mikami? He's strapped, man. He has to come out of this compound. There's no other way that he can take up a fight or even stay in the contention. And his position is kind of really compromised. It's not like it's a surprise element for any of the teams. ZG is aware. Kyokeres, the personal butterfly in the mix. Mikami is just, enjoying that. Okay, how long are they going to wait? I'm
Yeah.
just going to see that. But for ZG, man is throwing pans inside the compound, just trying and maybe praying that if it connects. But right now it's time for the death circle to come in. Mikami has to come out. GS Nora, Nomi, everybody has to come out in the open. Gyökeres will be looking for to take them down, but in the blink of an eye, ZG is down and out. Nora still in the mix. Mikami is surviving. He wants to get that one finished, but no, it's not going to be like that. Mikami is down and out, and it's going to be AUTOBOTZ to walk away with the winner chicken in this map of Miramar. And with this game, it does feel like that they are just one step closer, or we can say one step away from that championship title.
What a moment in Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2, Necros. This is what Autobots wanted. One last final nail in the coffin, and I think this winner chicken dinner have just made them sit on the driver's seat, and they are now, in an area where they can control a lot of things, and now the pressure is off their shoulders, right? They should have created a buffer, but we don't know what's going to happen and what's to offer for, because see, for teams like BANZAI Esports, they also made sure they were in top 5, but the teams who were in contention were taken off so early, like TSN Esports. That's where things can, a little bit take a downside. So we will know what has happened, but we have to wait till the final match is over.
Exactly. We have to wait and we have to see how things are going to turn around in the upcoming games as well. But upcoming one last map of Erangel is where everything's going to be decided. But before that, again, this Miramar was something that probably could have changed the course of the game, could have changed the entire course of the grand finals, because I feel like SEG, TSN being in contention just few couple of points away from AUTOBOTZ was definitely pushing up the competition as much as possible. But now with this game, it does feel like that AUTOBOTZ, they are still having the upper hand, 10 points backed up with decent amount of finishes. More than enough for them to maybe increase the buffer points till like 20, 23 points, around like that, because TSN, they failed to get some good points on the board. But quickly jumping onto the MVP of the game, it's going to be Nomi from the side of AUTOBOTZ Esports. He was being incredible with 6 finishes, 770 damage. Hold on to those lands that that his team was holding on, and definitely getting those beautiful openings for his team.
Absolutely. I think these 6 finishes and the impact he made sure he created, right, along with the 9 total finishes, Nomi had the highest number of finish contribution for his team. The impact, that is what I was talking about, the impact he had in this game, Necros. Specifically, see, Mikami, he played it really, really smart. We have the winner chicken team stats right now, but I really want to explain this, Necros, that, Mikami could have made his move first, but he did not. He wanted to play that smart game. He made sure he gets some extra points, which of course doesn't matter for 4 slots, right? We know that 4 slots have exhausted the chances of, to be in contention for that championship slot. But the way they have made sure we have seen a 2.0 version of 4 slot is what I'm enjoying today, and the intent is so good that I think I had to mention this point, so that is why I highlighted it.
Indeed, I mean, there's no doubt about it, because the way they have been playing, the way they have been doing the job today, it does feel like sometimes when you have nothing to lose, you just go overboard, you do something extraordinary, and all of your, I would say, fears, you just overcome them, and you just, unlock your different potential. And I feel like for Exelot, they're in that era, or in that zone right now, because they have realized there is nothing for them to lose in this entire grand finals. Is what they can walk away with. They can walk away with some good position points and maybe a good ending. But you know what? We will be jumping on to the next picture, the very last game of this Hornbill Esports Championship season number 2, BGMI, just right after this very short break. So many matches have been done and dusted, but it all comes down to this one and last final match of Hornbill Esports Championship season number 2 of BGMI. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the grand finals. This is going to be Necros, and alongside me, it's going to be Oro. I mean, we have had a fantabulous week so far. I mean, just yesterday we witnessed 5 beautiful matches. Today we've already done with 4 matches. We are left with one more, the final 10th game of the entire grand finals, and that too will be played in a different map, unlike Erangel or Miramar. It's time to play one final Rondo map to decide who is going to be the champion of this tournament.
Absolutely, Necros, and I think this is going to be a hell of a match where we will know for sure after this game that who will be crowned the champions of Hornbill Esports Championship season number 2. But with Autobots, what they delivered in the last game, we know that they might have spoiled the chances of a lot of other teams. But with that being said, there's a surprise, of course, as you mentioned, that this is going to be a map of Rondo, where things are going to unfold. Necros, this is going to be the final time where we are going to say that Hornbill Esports Championship season number 2, we are live, and Arib is the pilot who is riding this flight at this moment.
Oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen, just be prepared. Kohima, this is going to be the final match of Hornbill Esports Championship season number 2, and this is going to be the map of Rondo as we kick things off. From the northern side of Ryan, it ends in the southwestern part of Lanpo. And now this is going to be western side oriented flight path is what we are seeing. This is a very small map, but let me remind you one thing. In Rondo, you have an option unlike any other map in the game of BGMI, that you have the recall option. Even if you take those early contentions, you can turn things around. And for TSN, they might have not got a lot more points in the last match itself, but this map can be game-changing. If they can bag up almost more than 10 plus finishes, they can get a chicken dinner. You never know that even TSN might just dethrone Autobots out of the equation and lift away the entire championship title for themselves.
Absolutely, Necros. But not only TSN, but I would want to say that SEG is also in contention, and so is BANZAI Esports. So they have got some good amount of points. So of course, that is something that will be interesting to watch out for. The circle is in a different angle. It's towards the eastern side of this map of Rondo. But look at Autobots. They have some. Okay, looks like they have been challenged with someone's dream, and this is going to be interesting to watch out for, Necros. Let's see how Autobots deals with this. If Autobots somehow gets eliminated, then and only then I think things can go down south, and that is the only way I think the other teams can open the floodgates.
But Auto, just look at this. TSN, they've already started popping off with Bambi. It seems like he's getting some damage. Nothing confirmed eventually. Arib, he was the man to go down on early note. SALAI Esports AG just right in front of him. Arib is going all up close and personal. Wants to get this finish done and dusted. They want to start. Autobots, they need to do something. Arib, he was silent the entire match last time, and he will be silenced once again. This is not the day. This is not the match where Arib says anything. There's going to be something that the others will tell the storyline. But Autobots,
oh no,
they have to be cautious. Nomi, he's got so many bullets. Last match, he was the MVP, and this time again, he has the one pulling the triggers very close, and he will make sure that AG goes down, saves his teammate from getting completely finished off. Though Lobster is far away, will be the one healer or another player to get the recalls done if in case all these 3 players gets taken down. But Autobots, the start seems really good for them.
But the problem is they didn't have any backup, right? The only man who managed to get 2 knockouts, he's not backed with his teammate, and that is the concerning part right now, Necros. But there's other teams fighting it out. You see our rising undergods, facing the heat right now from Zero Fear Esports, who are fighting somewhere in this map of Rondo. And we expected this. Like, Rondo is a map where you showcase the aggressiveness, and it's so uncertain, right? There was a time when we saw Sandhawk used to do this to us. Now it's the map of Rondo, and it has full of surprises for sure, Necros, for us.
Oh, indeed, there's no doubt about it. But look at Razy getting the damage, my bad. Nirvana even has been taken down. Zero Fear Esports facing the consequences, some early fights, but early finishes being backed up by TSN. Now, this is going to be a match where TSN, they realize this is going to be Rondo, and this is where we can literally turn things around. Or maybe close to the championship title. You will never know about it. Goldie, the needs, trying to make some proper connection. He's got the idea of where the players are standing, trying to provide as much as possible damage to this side, but also they have to be aware of another team coming up from the back doors. Someone's dream. They will be waiting for TSN to come out in the open, but the Helix nade makes the connection. Joker has been taken down. Goldie up close in person wants to get the opening. The damage has been done and Helix has been knocked out. He wants to go for a confirmation but never anticipated another player from another angle. It's going to be Alu Boy keeping the hopes alive, while Butterfly, he will be giving all the recall possible and will be bringing back all his 3 teammates, while TSN, they will be facing the backlashes from behind, because this is going to be someone's dream, as expected, coming up with a third-party approach.
Exactly, you can do all this until the phase 4 starts. After phase 4 starts, you cannot, you're not allowed to use the recall thing. So of course, as much as being aggressive is now the motto for other teams, which we saw being real opposite of how we used to play on Miramar and also on Erangel. But look at Metal Wings. They have been, I thought that they're not in the lobby, but they have certainly being alive right now and showcasing why. Fang, no, what was he thinking? He was jumping right from the car there, but his teammate Columbus was there as a savior. And he did manage to, eliminate the other players, but there is another team in the vicinity for the third party, and that's Team Rising Underdogs, because of whom I think the knocked out player was finished off by Ruga the IGL.
This area has always been really congested. Every time you see teams taking the drop around this place, you get loot, but you also face the consequences of getting multiple third parties. And thanks to the recall option, that you get to see some more actions coming in. But Sam, getting some good amount of damage. OSMOSIS Esports, they were the first team to get eliminated in the map of Miramar. Now this time also they're facing the consequences. While Metal Wings have secured 4 beautiful finishes for themselves. Now Sam has got a big job to accomplish. That's going to be the entire team of OSMOSIS right in front of his eyes. Alongside, he does have a backup. It's going to be Columbus coming into the fray. But not quite sure about how long are they going to sustain this fight or kind of stretch this fight. OSMOSIS aware of the positionings of Sam probably. Yeah, his name coming in that direction, but oh, look at the damage it has been done. The knockout has arrived. OSMOSIS being confined in one particular location as Columbus. He's pulling the big strings out there.
Absolutely. Sam, he is on the move. He wants to get a move and finish the last man there, but he doesn't know the position. He comes from the corner and surprises Sam. Jumps and knocks him out. But Columbus, once again, can he be the savior? He did manage to again knock the player down there, and he will be able to revive that knocked out teammate. But at this very moment, TPW are fighting it out against TFK, and this looks like a 3v3 head-on fight. The only problem is, Necros, they're outside the circle, and the circle can give a huge amount of damage until and unless you start moving towards the edges of it. But let's see, when do they decide to move in, because both these teams do not want to miss out on an opportunity to get some elimination points. That is why both the teams are looking to stall each other.
Look at the kind of teams you're seeing down south. So many teams, and it's like a big cluster that is happening around the southwestern part of the circle, while AUTOBOTZ, they still sit intact in the smack center of the circle around the areas of test track. They don't even care about how many finishes they're going to walk away with. They've got enough, probably 2 finishes. Yep, that's just 2 finishes that they've racked up. But what they're focusing on, I believe, is going to be the placement points. And one way or the other, it's probably the best decision for AUTOBOTZ, because as you have backed up a chicken dinner, you know you're closer to the championship. What you need is probably 5 to 6 more points to add in the overall rankings and secure your victory. Because you never know, SCG, TSN, a lot of team names just trailing behind. If they walk away with a chicken dinner in this game, they might just be closer to you if AUTOBOTZ gets an early elimination.
Yeah, the Master Boy has a setup ready. He has a gas can on the stairs and has already taken 2 shots on it. Just waiting if somebody wants to creep in towards him through the stairs. And TFK players are might be falling in that trap, but wait a minute. Ruga the IGL and Team Rising Underdogs have, I think, almost been able to take out BANZAI Esports. BANZAI Esports are almost eliminated by what I feel. Yeah, exactly. They have been eliminated. Rising Underdog, finally they shine. It was so overwhelming to see them not perform, right? Necros, we were very disappointed with them when we saw the kind of potential they showcased in the first two games yesterday. So it's good to see them, getting their pride back at least in the last map of Rondo.
Exactly, they are looking forward to do something better. But TBW confirming all those finishes with Dimasa. Oh man, it was quite close, but never expected somebody to pop off like that. Dimasa won't be getting any help at this moment, it seems. But yeah, back for Rises. Dimasa boy will be getting a quick revival thanks to the other teammates who came at the right moment to save his day. And now TBW with 3 finishes in total in their bag will be looking forward to rotate deeper inside the circle. 1000 meter or 1400 meters is what they need to travel right now. It's a long journey for them, but look at the kind of circle AUTOBOTZ sitting in the smack center test track circle it is. Metal Wings already there for Exilot. Alongside you've got SALAI Esports in the mix, trying to find out some sweet spot. The northwestern side is completely vacant if you ask me.
Oh no.
You've got so many breathing space inside the circle, but in the meantime, ZG, 2 players knocked out. I don't think there's any chance of their revival right now. Gurkoris and Razor trying to flee away from the spot as quickly as possible, because as far as I remember, they don't have the recall option anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we wait till the stage 4, so this is stage 3, so they have one more opportunity. Once this circle closes down, I think the chances will be gone, Necros. But Rising Undergods, as expected, they have eliminated another team. Okay, make it the elimination have jumped up to 6. It looks like they have a different plan in this game. BANZAI Esports, since one man survived, it was possible for them to revive all the other members. That is why, because of the recall system, look at the numbers, remaining. The teams are still intact. No team has been eliminated, and neither has, if there has been any eliminations as well, it has been in single numbers. But they're also getting revived back slowly inside the lobby, Necros.
This is going to be an interesting final circle in my opinion. Stage 3 it is, and right now you can see so many fights already starting. Metal Wings have been popping off left, right and center, and I don't know, man, but somehow the other way, WHO is always a team to be getting sandwiched in every other game. You see a finish feed, WHO, they're taking a fight with one team, and there's another team every time coming into the fray, causing them the havoc. And if it was for the first time, it should have been like considerable, but right now it seems like every match is the same story, and even in the final match, WHO, they are facing the consequences in the very same manner. Metal Wings having 8 finishes in their name. They have got Zero Fear Esports right in front of their eyes. The main question that arises, how long Metal Wings are going to delay this fight, because if they have to be quick enough, they have to complete it as quickly as possible. They've got some couple of knocks out there, but now the time comes in where they need to go for all-in push as Nirvana gets completed by SALAI Esports from the backyards.
It's going to be a complete bloodbath, Necros. You know why? Because see the number of players alive, and the space has become much more shorter. Still 15 teams and 52 players are alive in the top. It's going to be chaotic. You be seeing those kind of situations, as you said, WHO being sandwiched, there was going to be a lot more sandwich situations coming in, and a lot more third parties and fourth parties being done, and teams are going to be fighting left, right and center. The question is when it's going to start, because it has already started slowly. You see those finish feed moving. At this point of time, Team Rising Undergods, they have 6 finishes. Teams can make this game into a bigger game. Because of this, AUTOBOTZ would be a little bit concerned about their spot, because they have 2 finishes right this moment. But if anything can change the course of the game, it has to be SCGs and TSN. But at this very moment, there's another team who fights. I think this is the first elimination we'll see. We have seen, it's the second elimination we've seen.
Oh my god, Mikami, he was the one survivor from the last match again for 4x Lord in the map of Miramar, but right now he goes down in a really bad spot in my opinion. Biladen will be going down as well. You don't take those fly shots in down ridge, mate, and that is a big mistake that you have done. 4x Lord down to the final 2 players. Bogi and Chalre Noob, 2 players surviving, will be looking forward to lift up the banner as much as possible. The SEG coming into the fray. Also SALAI Esports in the mix. It's a really dicey situation for 4x to survive for a long run, but SALAI Esports, they're facing the consequences, it seems. Couple of knocks being confirmed, 6 finishes in the bag for Exilot. Pretty happy with the results of what they have done. But right now, what the next move comes in is going to be to enter the circle and maybe find a better spot. They're way too much in the edges. Now, the circle is going to come in at any moment. Now, the time arises that you need to move forward, look forward, because there are no, as such, recall options left anymore for Exilot. They have to survive with both of the players that are still surviving and have to look forward for some safer angles from where they can take some more finishes. Trying to tank up some more damage of the blue zone. Not quite a wise choice, in my opinion, Bogey. But he doesn't want to take any risks, it seems.
Oh, he has the time to recall his teammates, and he will use that opportunity. I think this is the last time we will see that, because it's the starting of the 5th stage. Closing of the 4th stage has begun. And look at this compound: BANZAI Esports, AUTOBOTZ, not BANZAI, it's AUTOBOTZ, and TFK fighting it out. And I think a read. And also Lobster is not gonna have that HP to fight back. He has somehow managed to regain his health. And look at Nomi. This fight happening towards the bottom end of this compound. Nora with that UMP, he is back now with be a survivor for his team. Molotov being thrown, buying some time for his team. He needs to finish off the knock plate. He's passing on the information, of course. Finally, the finish off comes in from them. Numbers are back for Autobots, and they have 4 elimination points. And here you go, the last man being taken out, and they have 4 eliminations in their kitty.
Bogey's nade will be creating havoc in the crew of SCG. And right now, Muffin, he has to flee. There is no other option. That's a compromise that he has to make. 2 teammates down and out, nothing that can be done. Exilot should be pretty happy with the finish that they will be receiving. Muffin, way too far to make this connection possible. Oh, he just grabbed, it seems. The vehicle got stuck in the very worst possible moment, in my opinion, for Exilot. They have been raining down hellfire left, right, and center. And this is the kind of game we really wanted to see from the very beginning of the Grand Finals, which was not the very case. But right now for Exilot, again making sure that they end this tournament with a bombastic note. And with all the games that they're showcasing, all the true colors that they're showcasing right now, I am really happy to see this form of this team.
Absolutely. Oh no. His car is almost on the verge of being bursted, and if that happens, he gets taken down. TBW in a spot of bother, because they are being, slammed at, and also being shots taken from left, right, and center. And now they don't have the positioning to stop and take some cover. First is out in the open. Bambi, he's being slammed up to his Autobots who came in to get that slot. But Lobster, he still survives with Nomi. He has the weaponry to play with, but he doesn't have the play circle. He has to move in. It's gonna give him a lot of amount of damage, Netros.
This is gonna be interesting to see how things are gonna turn around. AUTOBOTZ 10 finishes backed up. This is a big game. They've done what they wanted to do. A couple of steps away on lifting the trophy, probably, because there's nobody under the contention. TSN, they've got 8 finishes. Now the main concern is that the difference was quite high. TSN needs the chicken in. There's nothing that can be an alternative option for them. But OSMOSIS in the mix, they're also making the life tough for a lot of teams around this eastern side of the circle. You talk about rising underdogs, they're still in the contention. SALAI Esports, 1 player is still surviving. Ryuga, solo. Boggy, solo. Kenzo, probably a solo player as well. So many solo players surviving and representing their own teammates out there. For Exilot, they've also got 1 more player standing inside the game alongside SALAI TBW as well. Now TBW takes an elimination, 6 teams, 14 players remaining in the contention. And inside the circle we'll see Kenzo, who was surviving for a bit longer, but someone's dream just crushes the dream for that one last player, keeping their hopes alive and their points growing up one after another, as the total of 9 finishes is what they have for themselves. But for Exilot in the mix, just waiting how Bogey is gonna survive in all these competitions.
Absolutely, in someone's dream, Ghosty Face, who made sure he pulls out the clutch last time, he becomes the man who gets the finish onto OSMOSIS. OSMOSIS are left out with 3 members. They were rotating to inside the circle, but they have much more space left out with. Look at Venom. There are numbers in their favor as well. Rising Undergods does hold a position where they can create some kind of advantage. Someone's dreams position is what they want, because that's the position they wanted to be in, because that's the spot where you have the circle right now. Venom uses the vehicle, and I think they are on the move. They want to push right now, Necros, and this is going to be difficult for someone's dream to deal with, because the players doesn't have the HP right now.
Yeah, that's something that you need to kind of be looking out for. But Rising Underdogs, this was the game that they wanted to showcase us, but Venom has been taken down. A little counter trades coming in from the side of Ryuga, keeping the hopes alive. Someone's dream, they're facing the consequences. Constantly, the barrages are being landed onto their side. Hitman makes the confirmation possible, but Ghostface, he was the clutch master in the previous match. Make sure that his team is still alive, intact in that position, that Molotov should do the damage, and that is going to be the end of someone's dream in this entire map of Rondo. But look who is reigning supreme. OSMOSIS, once again the confirmations. Rising Underdogs just in the foothills. The final two teams, who's going to walk away with the chicken? Now that's a big question, which up front and personal wants to get all these advantages. The topographic advantage still lies for the side of OSMOSIS. 5 finishes in back, but Rising Underdogs, they're not willing to give up, as Ryuga makes a beautiful connection, but gets the counter retaliation from Nasty Boy. 2 players down with 1 nade, keeping that one last player alive, but this is gonna be OSMOSIS to bag away this one final chicken dinner for this side and to end their run in this Hornbill Esports Championship season number 2.
I mean, what a game, what a map of Rondo. This map has always showcased and given us, excitement, and that is what unfolded in the map as well. Where for a moment we thought that Autobots might be facing some kind of challenges. They did face it. Some knockouts here and there, but they did manage to pull up their socks, and they were right back in the driver's seat. As you mentioned, the difference between TSN and also with the Autobots' numbers were too high, and also from SEG. So all the teams needed to do was to get this game into a chicken dinner, but hard for them that it didn't happen. So
Yeah, indeed. I mean, just look at the kind of game that we saw in the map of Rondo. Probably if we had one more Rondo in the previous day, things could have been different in the overall rankings. But Hitman, 7 finishes in the back, 1060 damage. Man was on his toes, and he was in bonkers mode.
absolutely, he did play really, really well. Rising Undergod just showcases the talent right next talking about. That's why we were disappointed when they weren't able to showcase what they have got in them. But again, we started off with 256 teams, Necros, and they were the 16 elite teams who made towards the land finals in Kohima, in Indira Gandhi Stadium. And this is the Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2. Of course, we will move ahead towards the winner team chicken dinner stats. So where I think a lot more in detail would be showcased about how many points in total numbers. Okay, it's 8 in total and 7 finishes. Nasty Boy, goodness me, this man was on a roll on Rondo.
Nasty Boy was nasty enough to kind of get all those 7 finishes for himself. But again, this was the final, draw that they wanted to pull off. OSMOSIS, they didn't have a really great outing, in my opinion, in the entire grand finals. But also, they have done some incredible amount of job in securing probably one of the better places for themselves in this entire competition. But again, this tournament was somewhere for in where we got to see some incredible performances, some individual accolades coming up from so many players. They have done some exceptional job in entertaining us throughout this entire tournament. And probably Hornbill Festival Season 2 is just something that probably every other esports aspirant would love to be a part of. And probably in the upcoming seasons as well, we will be seeing more and more teams being a part of this entire tournament.
Absolutely, Necros. I think that is for sure. And the platform which was laid by Esports Association of Nagaland, along with the government of Nagaland, Naga Bean, Nagaland Doors, or thanks to all of these sponsors, because of which the event was possible. And I think the way players and the community responded to this, it's again unfortunate that we couldn't be there to witness the serenity. but it's good that it has a winner to it. And I think there was another game that was happening at the winner. It was Mobile Legends, and also we ended up with BGMI, where I think we are yet to find out who's the champion. So we are still waiting on that.
Yeah, exactly. And now the main question that is going to be coming up next, it's going to be that Autobots, they've got some really good points. Now the second thing is SEG, they were in the mix. TSN, they were in the mix. They've also got some couple of finishes, but I don't think that they are closer. Which was kind of, if it comes in the calculation part, it is quite evident that okay, that Autobots, they are just one step. They were one step closer to lift the trophy. And probably with this Rondo's performance, they've got 10 plus finishes in the bag. It should be more than enough for them to kind of get the championship title for themselves. But ladies and gentlemen, and the people watching us live from the Indira Gandhi Stadium at Kohima, the results will be out in the Instagram platform of Esports Association of Nagaland. So this is going to be it from Necros alongside Oro, as well as the Raider who has joined us in this entire grand final. So we'll be seeing you very soon in another season of Hornbill Esports Championship, season number 3 probably, which will be coming up in the next year. But till then, bye bye, take care, see ya. We will see you around. Peace out.